Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I will not. I will probably. This probably won't be a very long stream. We probably won't be here too long. But we wanted to. I wanted to give you guys an update on some things that are going on. You know, just a little bit of an update on the Ukraine war situation. Because I think you know, all the nonsense out there, we need to talk about it, and we're going to talk about why there's a lot of nonsense too. Um, yes, there's a lot of nonsense with a lot of different things, specifically, and obviously with politics right now too. Yeah, and just in general, but specifically with this, and there's a reason for that. So let's talk about, first of all, the current situation in the Ukraine war. The current situation is that Ukraine is basically in a position to win the war at any time, and that's why a lot of these negotiations are happening. Where Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, is trying to meet with all these different leaders and stuff, even Trump and stuff like that, because you know, obviously we're talking about, you know, sort of kind of after, you know, and obviously the people that aided Ukraine in this effort to defend themselves essentially are going to probably you know, sort of obviously want some say in the matter to see what, you know, essentially they're doing after that, to make sure they're you know, honoring you know, the things that they said that, you know, essentially they would maybe do if they helped them or something like that. You never know what those deals were and stuff like that. So let's talk about the current situation. Ukraine is right now, and has been since the start of the war, occupied by Russian troops, partially. But it's important to remember that while they're occupied by Russian troops, partially, this is just because Russia attacked initially. And since they attacked, the Ukraine has held them off pretty successfully with support from NATO, which we were originally a part of under Biden, and we have been a part of since forever, basically. The U.S. has been, you know, predominantly NATO. But, you know, with some help with obviously some big countries too, you know, like the UK and whatnot, as you guys get the point there. So basically, they have held them off with all of this support the entire time. All of this support from NATO, Ukraine did not allow Russia to even really get very far. Ukraine is successfully using drone strikes and all kinds of stuff to cripple Russia, hitting nuclear plants and power plants in general. But the whole point is that under the Biden administration, there were sanctions, and you know, just like with the other countries that were trading with Russia and stuff like that, there's sanctions in place to financially cripple Russia and stuff like that, because the point is they invaded Ukraine. You know, they did this. So the point is the whole world immediately turns their back on that country, and that's what you should do. Which is why, you know, the message is that you don't align with anarchists and people that commit violence and arson and blow stuff up and stuff like that. You don't align with that, you condemn that. Now, it's okay to just remember, it's okay to hate things and ideas. but don't hate the person. So that's what I wanted to start with. You know, just like we talk about how, like, well, where do you draw the line? Like, I always believe in not no violent situations, stuff like that. So where do you draw the line with these leaders that would invade countries and like Putin and stuff like that? Does he deserve to, you know? No, I don't think we should go the violence route even with that, because the point is, you don't. This person probably believes they're doing what they're doing for a better cause or something like that. Like, they really believe that. Or something like that. But either way, the point is, a lot of the time that's the case, and so you don't, you hate the cause, not the person. So just remember that. Now let's talk about the war situation in Ukraine and Russia, because again, Ukraine is occupied by Russia slightly, but Ukraine is winning and has been winning for quite some time. You know, Russia looks like a joke. They even got help from North Korea because they were losing horribly, and then North Korea gave them like some missiles and stuff like that, I guess. But then the missiles that they got from North Korea didn't work. It was like a joke. Like, they got like mortars or something, like weapons and stuff from North Korea, and they just didn't work. Like half of them, I guess. And so like those were the reports coming in that essentially Russia was already in a huge hot water trouble. You know, they're cooked. And they went to North Korea, they went to China, and again, both of these countries sort of had like a laughing stock of arsenals at their disposal, where basically it was obvious that both of these countries were lying to the rest of the world, including Russia, about how good their military was. And so, since the start of the war, even though Russia invaded, Ukraine has very successfully held them back with, again, sanctions, attacking very specific strategic points, like power plants and stuff like that. So again, while it may seem on the surface, because this is what they want you to do, this is what they want you to believe, like Russia's winning and stuff, and I'm going to talk about that. That's what we do here. We talk a lot about the psychological warfare of things and psyops and stuff like that, because there are psyops being run. This is the modern day. This is not as simple as boots on the ground and tanks and such. That's not the war. No. That's half of it. The wars are fought and won by soldiers. Yes. But soldiers don't just wear camo these days. Okay? And a lot of those soldiers are people that are speaking out and have the audacity and the balls in the modern world to fight against this grasp at fascism, this silence of free speech, of censorship, this pure, obvious, thing where the rest of the world is sitting back with a bag of popcorn watching as the U.S. implodes under Trump. And all of the other smart countries that want this to happen, that need this to happen, are exacerbating this and manipulating its people so easily with social media. All the people that are so quick to post their entire lives on Facebook and everything they think of Biden and Trump and stuff like that, so that they can't change their mind if they want to. Now it's embedded in history, in your mind and other people's minds and stuff like that. Now that's the way these people think. That's the way the scammers that are doing this want you to think, because that's the point. And so they're using everybody for this. Everybody's worried, oh, what's everybody going to think, That's what everybody's worried about at any given time. So, let's get to that. Let's talk about the intelligence behind that, because we will. But again, it is important to remember that Ukraine is Russian controlled, and while that is the case, partially Russian controlled, it's not primarily. They control part of the border because that's what they invaded initially. So if you're looking at that and you think Russia's winning, no, they've had this, and they can't breach it. If anything, if you look at that, you'll see where it says limited military control. There's a line. I'm going to send you a link to a BBC article that shows you where it is, and then there's an additional line that says limited military control, and you can see that's on Ukraine's side, where Ukraine is actually pushing back this whole time and actually making it really hard for them to even maintain their own, the land they took when they initially invaded. That's impressive. And remember, this is Russia. There's no, there's some people that I think signed up, individuals from other countries on both sides, but there's very little of that. What really, the help they're getting is literally just weapons, for the most part. And, again, squeezing sanctions to Russia and stuff like that. So this is where, Trump doesn't do this enough. He didn't condemn the riots and the attacks and stuff. Remember Charlottesville, and remember all the other stuff that happened in this country. Trump didn't condemn those things. So basically anybody that, wanted to be like that wants to be a shooter, or somebody that commits all this violence and stuff like that, just for the sake of screwing with people, or literally just, that's the reason. That there's no real reason just to do it. He gave them an outlet by not doing that, because he's president of the United States. So, let's talk about this just a little bit, and then we'll go into the PSYOP stuff. Kyiv. Here's your link. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Give me a sec. Here's your link. Okay. Here you go. There you go. There is your BBC article on tracking that's what I'm looking at. That map. Scroll down to the map where you see it's controlled. Again, that is initially what they took control of when they invaded. And Kyiv is like the capital. Kyiv is way in there. It's way in there. And that's very strategic. Again, Russia being their biggest adversary. Yeah. And so, this is the point, is, people don't look at things, I think, at face value sometimes. They sometimes want to overcomplicate it and don't want to accept the hard truth. So yeah, I mean, the hard truth is that the Soviet Union disbanded, and ever since, it's basically been Putin trying to put it back together. He really hasn't been trying to be fair to the Russian people. He's taken out competition. He's rigged his own elections. Very much like what's danger of happening. What has happened this past election is in danger of continuing to happen in this country. And so this is why it's so dangerous and weird when Trump aligns himself with him and spends time with him so much. And then you hear leaked audio of Trump being all excited that Putin might make a deal with him and stuff like that. Basically, you get the impression that this whole war was political. Putin thought he was going to annihilate Ukraine. He was going to take some land. He finally had enough military to do it. He felt confident. He was just going to unalive some people and take their land. And it was all going to be crops for him and his people. And they were going to be all happy forever and happy fun time. He was just going to do this like that was okay and like it was going to work out like that. And in reality, the point is, it's not Call of Duty. It's not like that. You know, like, just because you're the most land and you think that you have the best military doesn't mean that your troops have resolve. It doesn't mean that they support your cause. Like, again, that is 90% of what your military does. The ability for them to feel like what they're doing has a higher purpose. Like, they're unaliving people. They don't want to go into this unless there's glory in it. You know, otherwise they would have just committed some crimes and unalived some people that way. You know, the whole point is they want glory for this. They're not those types of people. The point is they're good people. They don't really want to do this. But they do it with the hopes that there's some end to this eventually. We all develop world peace. This is it's slapping every soldier in the face, it's stabbing in the back, either rolling in their graves, any soldier that fought in World War II, Vietnam, all this. The moment that we all haven't established world peace by now, you know, we're living in the future and we haven't established world peace. This is why people say this. They're rolling over in the graves, you're stabbing soldiers in the back. Because the point is, the moment you do that job, the moment you have that position, the moment that you are in that for that amount of time and you experience that, you realize you don't, it's the sort of thing where anybody goes into it thinking, this is going to be glorious. I'm a soldier, it's like playing Call of Duty or something. And then you do it, and it's unimaginable. Like it's not happy fun time and rainbows, and you don't want to do it anymore. And you find out maybe the president isn't so great or something like that. Like you're discouraged. Like just the whole thing ends up changing for you. It ruins the glory. And you suddenly realize, wars are won by soldiers, but again, we don't want war. The whole point is we do this so that you can be safe at home, so that the women and children can live on happily and stuff like that. And maybe other people that deserve to also live on happily, but again, the whole point is to protect for the eventual future that lives on past this. So why would we have endless wars and troops in the first place if the whole purpose isn't to eventually move past that concept, move past the concept of chaos, of taking over, of thinking that you deserve more than somebody else and stuff like that. So again, the countries are what they are. You don't suddenly go, well, let's everybody split everything even and try to make all one big thing. No, they are what they are. You don't force things. Okay? But the point is, you try your hardest to be the example of what the best thing is, just like the U.S. was from the frickin' early 90s to the late 2000s. And everybody saw that. Everybody put their stock in us. and our hopes in us. And that's why. Because we were the epitome of that. We were the example of NATO, world peace. We offer help and assistance to countries that are attacked, but we don't get involved. We don't start wars. That's the point of drawing out of Afghanistan. It's the point. You know, as bad as it always looks bad. Oh, you should be ashamed. Any president should feel bad about how we withdrew. It's always going to look that way. Because you're putting a camera on something, or you're just looking at it for face value. It's always going to look that way, because you have the slightest clue of what it takes to draw out of a war. You're just sitting there looking at it for face value. Yep, there's a bunch of people hanging onto a plane and they want to come here. Big fucking surprise. It's really bad. Okay? The same thing happens everywhere else. You think that doesn't happen, has never happened? That's the same outcome in every single war we've ever ended. A plane leaves and a whole bunch of people are hanging on because they make friends. They help people. They actually do good things, and the people don't want them to leave. They realize things. They realize this. The people hanging onto the plane are the people saying, "Get me the hell out of here." They want out. That's it. That's got nothing to do with our war effort. You're looking at that for face value. You don't understand it. It's just people that want out of that country. Because just like I said, even North Korea doesn't allow their people to look at Americans that visit their country. For that reason, they would immediately see very basic evolutionary things where these people are just, they're taller, they have better teeth, they have better skin, they're healthy in general. And in North Korea, per capita, not so much. Military, even that, they're starting to struggle now because of crop shortage. Yeah, they're eating beets every day. Hello. So anyway, let's talk about some psyops that are happening because of the Russia invasion. And let us remind everybody that when Zelensky came to the White House during the Trump administration, he was disrespected. This guy's dealing with war. He is like single-handedly the most badass dude of our generation. Because he's literally just gotten support and somehow managed to hold off this entire country with just support. Russia, of all countries. And this dude is disrespected by Trump, who's never done things like this. He only brags about doing things like that and then doesn't do anything. And this guy is sitting there asking Zelensky why he doesn't wear a suit. A guy who, you have to understand, is at war. His country's been at war since, 2014, right? However long this has been going. I mean, it's insane how long this has been going on now, right? You have to understand, to his people, when he's doing these interviews, they're watching. And you want him to wear a suit and look like he's having fun? Having a good time? Being comfortable? What do you think that does to their morale? You don't think this, do you? He is the president of that country. Let him be that president. Don't project your dumb Trump stuff onto him. He doesn't want to wear a suit. He doesn't want to wear a suit. Don't be that guy. Don't try to be the president of Ukraine when you're not the president of Ukraine. Let him be him. And I commend him. Because the point is, he probably was worried about smiling and stuff. He probably didn't even want to smile. Because what the f is there to smile about? His country is being attacked. His people are being killed. And you want him to wear a suit. When he's worried that his people will be demoralized if he's even smiling. That's what I'd be worried about if I were him. Because it's true. It's what they would do. You have to realize that after all that happened, his own people probably recognized it and probably went, wow. They stepped and walked all over him when he showed them respect and asked for help. And they probably went and gave him the go-ahead and started understanding fully that he needs to play the stupid political game. Wear the suit, smile. Probably hurts the hell out of him, too. Yet he probably does it. Probably... Does he disappear to the bathroom sometimes? He probably like rages out. He's probably like so angry at these people. Because he has to smile, he has to wear a suit, and his country's being destroyed. His people are being killed. People he's friends with have probably died. And he's being told he has to fucking wear a suit. I'm sorry, excuse my language, but I'm gonna swear at that. It's so disrespectful. So, this is how Trump looks at things. This is his foreign policy. He doesn't have any. Trump doesn't even have infrastructure here. He doesn't pass infrastructure. So he doesn't get to sit here and criticize Zelensky when he can't even pass infrastructure in his own fucking country. The level that things are at, this is why we take this tone. This is why the swearing is coming out more often. It's not even just me, it's everybody. So let me just get that out of the way. It's not intended to be malicious. It's not directed at anybody. We're all just at the end of that rope, where it's that to that level, where every day feels like that, where you have to swear about something. So, let's talk about the PSYOPs being run, and they are, unfortunately. Make sure there's nothing else I need to mention from this article here. Yeah, I'm sorry. They've been running operations since 2014, I think, right? The invasion actually happened in 2022, right? It just feels like, because there's been so much been going on, escalations and stuff. Here we go. Okay. So basically, this is why I mentioned 2014. In the article, at a certain point, it states, more recently Moscow blamed Ukrainian drones for a massive oil depot fire near Russia's Black Sea resort, Sochi, the venue of the 2014 Winter Olympic Games. So, get into Putin's head a little bit. Just think for a second. Okay? He runs PSYOPs, right? And he knows Ukraine probably does as, like, counterintelligence because they know what's going on. But they're not, like, attacking. They're just running them to defend themselves. You know, they're trying to just learn what the other country's doing to attack them, basically. So the reason he thinks this is because back in 2014, he was doing some crap around the... You know, he's running some PSYOPs, probably running some stuff having to do maybe with the... Around that time. You get what I'm saying? And so therefore, you know, he's blaming these Ukrainian drones. You know, basically, like, the point is, because he does something, he therefore, like, it's the same thing Trump does. Basically, because like, he shows the guilt where he's worried about this thing, so therefore now you figure, oh, so he was probably doing stuff since 2014 then. So, you know, like, and when you date it back and you do some research, you sort of kind of find, yeah, like, if you remember, there was all this nonsense going back and forth. And I remember even, like, people I talked to and stuff, they had this information that they were telling me where, you know, like, they heard from Russian media that Ukraine was being warned that you know, they're near their borders and there's some things going on there, and they need to not do that, or something's gonna. And I remember thinking at the time I researched it and stuff, just how petty it seemed. Like, it wasn't the normal sort of thing where it was real. It seemed petty. It seemed like somebody was making something up, trying to rile people up. And yeah, it was Russian media. And I'm like, consider the source. Okay, Russia lies about literally everything to their people. You know, like, I mean, they lie about basic stuff going on in the United States. Russia has no effing clue half the time what goes on. Like, again, that's how bad it is. So anyway, that's why I mentioned 2014, is you have to realize that that's, you know, I'm starting to see that too out of Trump and other people too, where that's how these guys are. Their anxiety is based like this. They take action and do things based on, again, their concern, because they themselves do those things. So the whole point is, if they weren't doing those things, it wouldn't show that. And then the enemy wouldn't know that. You know what I'm saying? So that's the point. Because Putin, because North Korea, because China and all these countries are always attacking and doing things, you get what I'm saying? It's counter-intel. So as long as you always have presence around the world and stuff like that, which again, we always did until Trump pulled out of NATO, and then we started shutting down bases, and now those bases are owned by probably European countries. What a jerk. Yeah. So now, I mean, again, I'm glad that at least Europe has them, but this is the point. Europe's been getting PSYOPs run against it since it's been a while now. And it started a while back because Putin needs to cripple Europe and NATO to reestablish the Soviet Union, to do what he's trying to do. So now, with that being said, we're going to go to Gemini here. Detach, please. Thank you. Okay. We are going to go to Gemini here, and we are going to ask Gemini. Here we are. Okay? So, take a drink here. All right. Gemini. Google's very powerful AI. With the Ukraine war going on, what does this mean for the possibility of PSYOPs being run by the surrounding countries? Okay? And what Gemini said is the ongoing war in Ukraine has significantly escalated the use of psychological operations, PSYOPs, expanding both in scale and sophistication. While Russia and Ukraine are the main combatants, The conflict has intensified and internationalized the information landscape, increasing the likelihood of PSYOPs being run by the surrounding countries and other state and non-state actors. Intensified Russian PSYOPs targeting Northern and Eastern Europe. This is the main headline point here right after that. Russia is actively using PSYOPs to destabilize European unity and erode support for Ukraine, primarily targeting nations in Northern and Eastern Europe. Targeting Baltic and Northern Europe. Russia views countries like Estonia, Latvia, and Finland as strategically important targets for influence campaigns, especially following the expansion of NATO. Now again, let me remind you that NATO was specifically designed and put together and made to make sure that the Soviet Union never happens. The Cold War. Because the Cold War was the longest war in like history, basically. And they wanted to make sure this was never going to happen again. So NATO. And the whole purpose of NATO was never war. The whole point is to assist countries just like Ukraine. It's exactly, the evidence is right there. Where all they do is give exactly what is needed for that country to win that war. And not get involved with their own troops, not risk their own people, so that way they're not risking their own stance, their own military stance, their own borders, their own protection, just to assist another country in a war. Does that make sense? Because again, in the modern day, who knows how many countries can use a war going on to invade another country? So that was a really smart take, was to always make sure Europe and any other country that wants to join is absolutely on board with, as long as you put in the money each year, whatever the bare minimum is, you're in, and that was the point of NATO, is to make sure that we assist, but don't get involved. And that was what we always did, until Trump sort of undid that. Hey, Chris. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. So, just throwing that out there in case anybody's confused about NATO, disinformation. I'm sure that there's plenty. Okay. But that's what NATO's for, and that's why Ukraine has held them off. It's literally why. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. They would have been flattened, probably. It probably would have gone the way Putin said. Maybe not quite the way, but it still would have happened because, again, the whole point is that Putin was embarrassed by the fact that half his crap didn't work and his troops didn't want to do it. It still would have eventually happened because, obviously we know it is Russia's military. But, again, the point is we proved that sheer size doesn't mean anything. That's it. Brains. Strategy. Chris, coming to us all the way from Greece. I appreciate you, man. Having a drink. That sounds good, man. Alright, so these operations often attempt to exploit and fracture social cohesion, and particularly by targeting Russian-speaking minorities. Okay? So what you have to realize is that what that's basically they're influencing people in those countries that they know might be Russian speaking and stuff like that, might not be able to get along so well, and so they're influenced by that media that's Russian based or whatever. Just like here where there's all this all these people that might... Now, Spanish people, I don't think that's the case, typically. Typically, Spanish people are co-language. They typically speak... They're bilingual. Typically, that's what I've noticed. I'll be honest with you, though. There are some people that folks that come here that do seem to struggle with language barriers and stuff like that. And the whole point is that it's not the Spanish folks, because that's easy. Spanish to English, that's easy. Spanish is easy. English is easy. Russian's hard. Chinese is hard. Okay, it's the countries with a different alphabet. It's not the countries that would have the same alphabet. You see what I'm saying? That's where you need to use your brain a little bit, and they're going to attack those people just like if there's like Egyptians or anybody that would have Arabic as their excuse me, alphabet instead of the English alphabet. You know, Arabic instead of English, where it's different characters. Whew! Not only is that a language barrier, but now you have to translate the characters? No. Lost in translation a lot of times, and that's what they count on. So I'm just throwing that out there, okay? Fueling discontent in Poland. Analysts observed a Moscow-based PSYOP campaign on Polish social media after a drone violation aiming to blame Ukraine for the incident and foster distrust in both the Ukrainian government and NATO. In addition, Poland has seen a surge in sabotage incidents targeting infrastructure, which aligns with Russia's hybrid warfare tactics. Okay, Poland's a friend. So, like, this is the point. Escalating shadow war in Europe, a 2025 CSIS database indicated a near tripling of Russian sabotage and subversion attacks in Europe between 2023 and 2024. These activities, which complement Russians' conventional warfare, often aim to create chaos and undermine support for Ukraine. So basically, yeah, we've talked about this, where we saw the increase in Russian cyber attacks, and essentially, I like that word, sabotage, where, you know, essentially it's very obvious somebody is creating cyber attacks to sabotage things, and that is right in line with exactly what Russia and how they think. A sabotage of sorts, for sure. And so that's kind of what I've been talking about, where like you see these things that are orchestrated like on updates, where something like gets like updated, but it breaks it, and that sort of kind of goes backwards, where it should fix it and make it better, but instead it makes it worse. So it didn't update it, it took it back an update, actually. So now it's even worse. That's the point, is to trick the system into think it's updating. But instead, all it's doing is telling it it's the current update, but really taking it back an update. So you think you blame it on Microsoft, and you blame it on this company, and then Microsoft is going to blame it on the other company. They're going to be like, well, it wasn't us. This company's responsible for that. It's just going to be like pointing fingers. It's going to be like the Spider-Man meme, where they're just all pointing at each other. And meanwhile, it's Russia with their bag of popcorn. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you. So, you know, it's the sort of thing where I realize at face value a lot of the stuff that I complain about sounds like conspiracy and stuff like that. The whole point is to draw attention so that it happens and you actually see that it happens. My bitrate shouldn't shift around just because I'm yelling at the screen. You get what I'm saying? Like, what the hell does that have to do with anything? Except if somebody is doing that, again, like thinking that that's like the reaction and stuff they're getting by doing that. The whole point is to show you what these people will do when they think somebody's a target. You get what I'm saying? Okay, so offensive and defensive psyops by Ukraine's allies. In response to Russian aggression, Ukraine's allies are also engaging in psychological operations both defensively and offensively. I'm aware of a Ukrainian psyop. I don't think it mentions this here. There's a Ukrainian psyop called I Want to Live, I believe, where I actually like it. It's very humane. Basically, the pleading with Russian troops to surrender for the sake of, well, you get to live. You don't have to serve or anything like that. You can immediately leave the battlefield, take care of yourself, that sort of thing. And sounds pretty good if you were randomly told to attack a country and you don't agree with this war and you're not even being paid. And you get what I'm saying? So it's the sort of thing where, yeah, that actually worked. Because, yeah, there's a lot of them just in a really crappy situation. And of course they want that. Yeah. The question is how do you facilitate? They would have to be able to somehow safely facilitate the capture per se. So I like that. Yeah, it's basically saying resource shortages, like sanctions and stuff like that. The stuff that I said, basically, like you cut off how Russia is able to do what they're able to do. Now, let's talk about this. Evolving PSYOP tactics. The war has accelerated the use of advanced technologies in psychological operations. This is so important. This affects so many people because this is just going to get spread around to everybody, okay? Listen to this. Targeted disinformation. Cyber threat actors aligned with Russia, such as those behind Operation Texanto? Operation Texanto. Which one's that? Hold on. Which one's that? Let me just look at which one this is. Okay. So this is an operation. This is okay. So since it's mentioning this, I'll define it for you. This was an operation that it's a psyop being run. That they are masking this as basically stealing people's credentials for Microsoft 365, like the Office, Microsoft Office 365 accounts. Basically, the stuff that I said was a lot of stuff that's kind of happening to me, where these guys are just endlessly trying to log into things and stuff like that to screw around. And so basically, it was through Microsoft Office 365 and happening all through the Ukrainian defense through October 2023 and November 2023. So and again, if this was all through emails to attack their IT infrastructure, it seems. So basically, it was sort of like the old phishing emails, except sophisticated. A sophisticated phishing attack, basically. Sort of. Sort of. Sort of. Because it's not really, but it is. Because you would probably have had to open something to give them what they needed for that. But yeah, like it it probably seemed legit. It was probably sophisticated. It was, so yeah. And again, my Office 365. So anyway, that's what that is. So I just wanted to explain so you guys understood what we're talking about. That is Operation Texonto. Texonto? I think that's how you pronounce. I think that's how you pronounce that. Anyway, the cyber threat actors aligned with Russia, such as those behind Operation Texonto, have used spear phishing and email campaigns. See, it even says spear phishing right here. Spear phishing and email campaigns to spread demoralizing and disinformation to Ukrainians and other Europeans. Sophisticated messaging. Propagandists are exploiting. Trump is a propagandist. You understand that term. Propagandists are exploiting sensitive topics like military conscription, resource shortages, and economic hardship to create fear and sow discord. Yes. Yes. So, like, I think that some of this is what's happening in the UK too, where they're you see all these people just like breaking stuff and protesting in the name of nothing, basically. Just one day, everybody just started like freaking out and breaking stuff and stuff like that. They're getting to these crazy people. It's like I said, it's a very targeted thing where they're just analyzing and they know where these people are and they are really getting to them. And all it takes is again for one of these things to happen where they can use this to really motivate these. So it takes proper policing and proper infrastructure, properly using your law enforcement and the laws and stuff of your land to properly do things. It does not, again, look like a military forcing everybody to listen to your narrative. That's not what it looks like. It looks like dealing with the problem. That's what it looks like. So just throwing that out there. AI and deepfakes, the conflict has been a proving ground and new forms of information warfare with social media disinformation and the use of deepfakes deployed to shape public opinion and sow discord globally, for sure. Putin especially and Kim Jong-un are incredibly triggered by things that they see of themselves. All right, so let me just go put this out there for you a little bit, okay? Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un are both people in very high positions of power. Again, they lead their dictatorship countries where, again, one is supposed to be not a dictatorship and the other is. Technically, North Korea is a dictatorship and has been that way for quite some time. Russia came off the Soviet Union, is supposed to have elections and stuff, but Putin just, sort of didn't, So anyway, let me just explain something a little bit. These guys, they are educated. Kim Jong-un, he was shipped to Switzerland when he was younger to have a real education. He is smart. He probably has an IQ in the 140s, 150s, would be my guess. Vladimir Putin, he's not as smart as Kim Jong Un is, but he has experience. He was in the KGB. He was a low-level KGB officer, but he was in the KGB, and so he does have experience. He knows how to socially one-up people and get the upper hand and stuff like that. So he's going to use those talents. So with this in mind, bear in mind that they're normal. They want to be seen as seemingly normal, functioning people. And they see themselves as that. That's what you have to realize. Privately, these guys, they have butlers, they have personal assistants. When Kim Jong-un eats dinner, he eats the prime best cuts of steak. He eats like fine cheeses and wines. So does Putin. They're very sophisticated people that sit down and have dinner and think about things and see themselves as seemingly normal people. So when all the rest of us have our rhetoric and hate them so much, and they see this, it has an effect on them. And they will absolutely try to use their power to lash back because they're angry. Maybe their butler or somebody nearby is watching it as they're watching it or something, and it makes them look bad or something like that. Kim Jong-un, on the other hand, I don't know that Putin would do something. I don't see Putin this way, but I question Kim Jong-un because he doesn't appear to have a wife. He doesn't appear to be attached to anybody yet. Apparently he has kids. He's a devoted father, according to Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman, if you don't know, in culture, was classically his friend. He would visit North Korea and be a friend and stuff. Basically, he's a devoted father, yet who the heck's his wife? And so the point is, you start unraveling some not so great secrets, probably. Like you just even thinking that statement out loud, it's like, oh, true. So again, remembering that they want to be seen as normal people and they're just not. If Kim Jong-un wanted to, realistically, let's be honest, if Kim Jong-un wanted to, he could get away with some of the highest crime imaginable. And nobody would ever know, nobody would care. They'd be like, well, he is God after all. That's what they would say. Because they think that in that country. They're taught that. They're taught he doesn't defecate and stuff like that. So they'd be like, well, of course he can do those things. He's allowed. He's our fearless leader. He's not fearless. That guy's scared to death. And partially why he's scared to death is because he knows his country could be flattened. Like that. And North Korea is like that on the map. Russia's like this. It doesn't even fit. And North Korea is like that. He's like the size of a small U.S. state. And we got 50 of those. And it's the size of a small U.S. state. So this is the point. He has a lot of convincing to do. Because you can quite frankly drive from one end of North Korea to another in a couple of hours. If I drove from one end of this country to another, it would quite literally take me like 4 days. No, I mean, if you had like a straight road that actually went straight from one side to another, maybe two. You know, maybe two at a reasonable speed, but again, roads and such, terrain, mountains, you get the picture. So, impact beyond direct combatants. Impact beyond direct combatants. The widespread use of psyops and disinformation in the Ukraine war also means other neighboring countries could be targeted or used as conduits for propaganda. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Let me read that again. I like how the way that that's worded. That is a very, very accurate statement. The widespread use of psyops and disinformation in the Ukraine war also means other neighboring countries could be targeted or used as conduits for propaganda. This is what this whole thing's... That was the whole point of me asking. It's confirming that. It's literally stated. It's that, yes, you are right. That's the summary right there. It's saying that. And then there's bullet points here. Undermining democracies is the first bullet point. Undermining democracies is the first bullet point here under widespread use of psyops and disinformation. The Ukraine war also means other neighboring countries could be targeted or used as conduits for propaganda. First bullet point is undermining democracies. Gee, that's not everything I've been saying since forever. PSYOPs are not confined to the direct combat zone, but are also used to influence elections, public opinion, and democratic governments in countries far from the immediate conflict. Let me read this very, 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 very important statement again. I think this is like 100% the most important statement here. Undermining democracies, PSYOPs are not confined to the direct combat zone, but are also used to influence elections, public opinion, democratic governments, and democratic governments far from the immediate conflict. So again, everything we've been seeing, they are specifically for this, to influence elections, public opinion, and democratic governments. They are specifically designed for that. Economic disruption. By exacerbating internal divisions and fostering instability, PSYOPs serve as an asymmetric strategy to inflict economic damage and political disruption on adversary nations. By exacerbating internal divisions. So like, again, the elections. Suddenly getting Republicans to redistrict the state, even though you don't do that now, you do it at the end of the frickin' decade, because that's when you do it. Kind of like that. And then again, that helps to foster the instability, which would serve as the asymmetric strategy to inflict economic damage. We know Republicans give breaks to If rich people paid their fair share, we would be doing okay. They make the most money. Yet we and the middle class pay a higher percentage than a billionaire. And you're wondering where the money is going. Because they pay less. It's literally that basic. And, I mean, that could be looked at as a freaking psyop, for Christ's sake. Because, like, yeah, flat out. Inflict economic damage and political disruption on adversary nations. Yeah, flat out. Our dollar's depreciating. Russia loves that. Ultimately, the Ukraine war has demonstrated that PSYOPs are an essential and powerful weapon in modern hybrid war, increasing the probability that surrounding and involved nations will continue to be targets or participants in sophisticated information campaigns. This is really impressive, the answers it's giving, and I really like, essentially, the way it has worded this. I really, really like that. It's important to remember that a lot of these nations around where this is happening, when the Soviet Union disbanded, Russia was given the opportunity to obviously keep a lot of its land, but it had to give some of that up. And that's the whole point. Is some of these countries, that's why frickin' Putin, like, just like Trump being racist here, he wants Mexico and he wants to call it the Gulf of America. That's the point. Putin will not accept the current state of things and just wants those countries back, even though they've been countries and developed for generations now, and that's the point. Same with Ukraine. And he just wants to take all this back, all while claiming, no, not Soviet Union, Russia. He even bears the red, white, and blue on the flag. Yeah. Like, it's all psychological. He just sat here trying to steal the American image for his own country forever. Anything we did, he claimed he did it. This is what he's been telling his people. And anything that, was bad, he just blames on the U.S. So the U.S. did that. That this is all, they're invading Ukraine because of the U.S. Or something, That's the point. They're just lying. Like Trump is today. Like your president is every day. This is why we're all calling for this and saying this. Obama didn't lie every single day, everything he said. No, he didn't. Neither did Biden. Biden freaking mumbled and was obviously obliviously old and looked old and couldn't answer questions at times, sure. And that was fucking hilarious. But that's all it was. Hilarious. Doesn't mean his brain was compromised. It means his motor functions aren't functioning any longer. Do you think that Michael J. Fox doesn't have a brain because he's all bent over and flailing around from Parkinson's? I swear this is what people think. Because they're stupid to get over their own need to hate while being influenced by this huge propaganda, this machine. You're supposed to rage against the machine. What you say, what you say, what? And for the life of me, again, I have no idea why they're playing Ghostbusters at these ice things. Like, what? You could pick so many bands. I'm serious. Like, I'm actually genuinely serious about that. There are so many bands where, like, this is what they wanted. They wanted you to play their music at these things. There's actually bands that want this, and you're playing Ghostbusters? Come on, man! Play Rage Against the Machine! Cult of Personality? Like, maybe? No, just completely missed that there's these bands. It's right in the title, Rage Against the Machine. You totally missed that. Green Day's one of them, too. You play pretty much anything from Green Day. That's the whole thing. I was watching that, and American Idiot was just going in my head. And I'm just like... Yeah, that's pretty much that's what this is. Don't want to be an American Idiot, but am. One nation controlled by the media. Like, just the amount of times these artists tried to warn us that this was the track, this was happening, and then it helps things for a little bit, but then like just people like forget and like I don't know. That's what it is. People forget, and then need another artist, a new artist to make a song about it or a movie about it. You know, they need a new generation to say it. That's the problem. Well, it's all these old people. It's so true, unfortunately. It's so sad that it works that way. It's the It's the reason why Pete Buttigieg isn't president. Is somebody overly qualified? Oh, but he's gay. What does that have to do with anything? What does his sexual orientation have anything to do with anything? Literally. You know, I'll be honest with you. A lot of the gay people I've known, they've actually shown very good leadership qualities. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like, a lot of them are really smart, well-rounded people. So I just don't understand even the thinking there. What's the worst that's gonna happen? The White House gets dusted more? I do not understand what the hell is wrong with people in the modern world where they allow themselves to be affected. Adults regularly allow themselves to be affected by these things that are memes that should affect only the young generation, but it is affecting everybody. Where you think like this, like, there's legislation called woke. That's a meme. It's not real. There's nothing that's woke. That doesn't exist. Woke doesn't exist. It's not real. It's a meme. It's a stereotype. It's like saying all ICE are Nazis. You know they're just police, right? Being ordered to do things. You know that, right? Like, I understand. I was the first one to call them MAGA Karens. I did that. That was me. Haha. And I'll also be the first one to tell you they're being ordered to do it. So, the whole point is, what the fuck does standing... Like, you can protest outside the ICE facility. Again, you can do that. But what the does the chanting and the yelling... What is that doing? Except making you look like an emotional Karen. When you stand there and like the lady was just trying to egg them on the whole time. She was just an emotional Karen. She was like screaming at them, telling them, I want you to do that to me and stuff. She literally was saying that over and over. Pretty sure they would have legal right to do it if you tell them that. So again, you're the one asking for it at that point. Listen, you have a right to a peaceful assembly. But the moment that you're shouting things and you're causing disorder and disruption and stuff like that, you can stand there with your signs. And you can come in crowds and stuff. But unfortunately, the President of the United States is misusing power. And they need their job. And again, when they tell you to do something, they give you an order, you have to do it. You have to get out of the way. You have to let them cart the people in, unfortunately. You can boo. That's acceptable. I understand that. Play your music, whatever the... Ghostbusters, I don't understand that. But again, like, stop looking stupid. You show up and you show that you don't know what the fuck you're doing there. And then the smart people that didn't show up go like this. Because they go, why did you bother showing up? I understand that a lot of those people are showing up because they have family in there and stuff like that. That's why they're there, probably. But again, peaceful assembly. Have your sign. Stop chanting things at ICE people. It just makes you look bad. Don't throw stuff. When they tell you to get back, get back. Don't make them. Don't give them a reason to use tear gas. Don't give them that. We might get through it. But Donald Trump's trying to cause a civil war. He wants to fix it. He wants a civil war to happen under his watch, and he wants to fix it. And he wants to show dictatorship and militarizing police fixes it. You have to show him that you're better than that, and that police are better than that. Don't call for police to quit their jobs. Stop that. State your cause. Don't aim it at them. They're in this too, unfortunately. They don't, probably half of them want to be doing that. They're ordered to do it. Well, you want them to quit their job? No. Because now they quit their job, so now they don't have the badge and the gun to protect themselves when they quit. Now they're ex-police. Now they will get attacked. This is what you don't understand. This is what you're doing to people. And you're calling for them to quit. And you think that's the option. It's not anymore, and not when you do that. It no longer is. You don't understand what you do when you do things like that. So show up. Hold hands, like Obama did. Sing your songs. Show love. WWJD. Because even if you don't believe in Jesus Christ, yeah, I've stated my reservations about the New Testament. We know this. Even if you don't believe in him as God, he still had the right idea. He was still the guy. So yes, WWJD, always. And I guarantee you he wouldn't do any of that stupid crap. He might swear. That doesn't matter. Who cares? Sticks and stones. And no, taking the Lord's name in vain does not mean God damn it. It's not what it means. The church gets that wrong. It's not what it means. That in itself, God damn it, is not taking the Lord's name in vain. It's how you say it. It is condemning people in his name. It means stop going to war in my name. That condemns God's name. Stop that. Don't goddamn those people. Don't do that. That is taking the Lord's name in vain. And again, saying it, stating it, very, very minimal. That's ridiculous. You're nitpicking. Stop doing that. The church needs to stop doing that. You're trying to control speech because you're triggered. It's not what God meant. It's not what Jesus Christ meant. It means don't take up arms. Just like telling a cop to go F himself aren't fighting words. Putting your hands up and showing visible signs of getting ready to fight, now that's a little bit different, okay? So you see what I'm saying? It's all about what you do with it. Taking the Lord's name in vain is not a verbal thing that you can do. It's actions. So this is what the church got wrong. And this is why everybody's pissed off. You're condemning so many people to hell and shit like that just because they say God damn it and want to say the F word. And meanwhile, you're just trying to control speech because you're literally, most Christians are the ones that are killing people. Murderers are primarily Christian. That's a real statistic. But again, doesn't mean you go and ram your truck into a church and then shoot a bunch of people. It's not what that means you should do. The whole point is, how do I get into that church and see what's going on that's making them hate so much? Spend some time there. I did. It's what I did. Bounced around churches. One church I ever participated in understood. One, ever. None of the rest ever got it. None of them. None of them are for actually Jesus Christ. None of them. Pastor might be. But politics is not involved in church. And trust me, every church is politics. Yet, church and government are separate. Okay, so we're going to continue. We're going to continue on this, but just don't forget, a lot of me mentioning this, psyops and stuff like that, a lot of this stuff is religion. It's culture. That's what they use. You know, if they can convince a whole bunch of people in a town that God is doing this, smiting them because they're not praying enough. You know, like a town is really super Christian. And they get everybody to see, yeah, this guy's not praying and stuff. And they're just like really, really, really messing with this dude and stuff like that. And then they start showing all these Christian people this dude. It manipulates how they view that person. And now they will view that person as the devil. They'll be like, he's the devil! Ah! And suddenly, like, they'll just, like, hate him and yada, yada, yada. Because, again, it worked. But really, he's not the devil. You are. Donald Trump's the devil. Bible says it. The guy's going to come and be the most charismatic person on the planet. He might not even be attractive necessarily, but he'll be charismatic. And he'll pretend to be my son. Remember, everybody was claiming it was like Jesus and stuff like that. Like, people did that. And, you know, like, saying Hitler had good ideas and trying to model himself to be dictator. Like, these people get carried away and they really think they're godly. They don't have to face any real consequence in their life. I guarantee that Trump probably has never gotten punched. He's never been punched. He's never gotten into a fight because he had somebody to take care of it for him. Kim Jong-un, same thing. Putin, same thing. They've never fought their own battles. So they just are really, really cranky, know-it-all teenagers that were given everything that they ever wanted. You know, like, psychologically, again, that's what you rationalize. You look at it, you analyze it psychologically. They are just teenagers that were given everything they wanted, because that's how they grew up. They weren't brought up properly. Nah. Not even close. And now they're a dictator. Now they have everything they want. So now they're so justified. Now they're so justified. You know, they can go buy endless cars that they'll never use. And spend all kinds of money that they should give away to the people that are starving in North Korea, instead of Kim Jong-un buying another R8 that he'll never drive. Okay. So anyway, let me get this set up for you here really quick. I need to do this. I'm sorry, I'm looking for something here. I think this is it here. I think this is it. So I need to take a short break. I apologize, but I need to take a short break, and we're gonna come back. Shouldn't be gone too long, and we're gonna come back, and we're gonna continue talking because we have some stuff to talk about. It's not gonna be like a 4-hour stream or anything like that, but I will come back and we will talk. So we will keep going a little bit, but there's just a little bit I want to get through, and I want to talk to you guys a little bit about this. But I have to step away here for hopefully just a few minutes. Let me just do this for you guys. Okay, I apologize that took longer than anticipated, but I am back here. So let's keep going here with what we're talking about. So, as far as what's next, so if you remember what we just to recap what we just went through, we asked Gemini, Google's AI, essentially with the Ukraine war going on, what does this mean for the possibility of psyops being run by the surrounding countries? And obviously, the answer was that that's going on. There's no question about it. And obviously, it's for the sole purpose of toppling democracies. Essentially the opposing government, and the concept of having a voice for the people and stuff like that in the government is obviously opposite of dictatorship and authoritarianism, where the leader just controls everything instead of you having a voice and stuff like that. So that was the sort of kind of summary of course that's going to happen because that's the opposition. Coming off of that, now I asked it to elaborate on examples of Russian narratives seeking to undermine Ukraine's international support. So basically, I wanted to elaborate on specifically Russian examples of these things, where they're trying to cripple Ukraine's support, the support they're getting. So the answer is, in a bid to undermine international support for Ukraine, Russia has systematically deployed various disinformation and propaganda narratives since its initial invasion in 2014. So it was actually in 2014, I thought so. And especially since the full-scale invasion in 2022. So I was right about those things, where it's even declaring there was a bit of an invasion in 2004, initial invasion in 2014, propaganda and all that, but the full-scale and actual invasion in 2022. These narratives seek to erode public trust in Ukrainian leadership, frame Western aid as ineffective or corrupt, and deflect blame for its own actions. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what Russia does. It's exactly what they've been doing, where Putin destroyed that country. And he wants to thwart the blame. He wants to throw it back at the U.S. and anybody else that he disagrees with, because that's, of course, what he's going to do, so that the people that are loyal to him don't remove him from power. Again, just like Kim Jong-un, he's just going to lie to you because he's wrong. He doesn't know how to do this. He's screwed up the country. And so the point is, he's trying to take over Ukraine, because he knows how to do it a little bit better now, and maybe it'll be right this time, but he's going to kill a bunch of people and take over a country to try to do that. It's like, no, it doesn't work. Stop. We have all of history to show us it doesn't work. World War I, World War II, the Cold War, the Vietnam War. We have all of these things to see it doesn't work. The Korean War is the sort of thing where that never really stopped. Narratives portraying Ukraine as corrupt and illegitimate. Russia has long pushed narratives that attempt to discredit Ukraine as a failed state, an anti-Russia project that lacks sovereignty. First bullet point, Ukraine is one of the most corrupt states in the world, quote unquote. This is one of the things that it pushes, that Russia is pushing. Despite evidence showing Ukraine's steady progress in anti-corruption efforts, Russia's state media and proxies amplify claims that Ukraine is irredeemably corrupt. This narrative is pushed to Western audiences to discourage further financial and military aid. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Next bullet point, accusations of misuse of Western aid. A core claim is that Western military aid is being stolen by Ukrainian elites, resold on the black market, or funneled to criminal or terrorist organizations. So this is the narratives from Russia, where they're trying to say this. It's like, well, Russia's the one. I mean, why would they have to do that? Russia looks like crap. I mean, they're invading. They already look like crap. They don't have to do that. You know what I mean? Russia's the one invaded and destroyed their own country, and got to a point where, again, Putin's rigging his own elections. He's lied to his own people. He's always done this. So again, they don't have to do this. That's the point. They already look bad. So all this could be immediately discredited because they don't have to. Russia propaganda frequently accuses President Zelensky and his family of corruption. For example, debunked claims alleged Zelensky's wife made lavish purchases while her husband was requesting aid. These attacks aim to erode faith in Ukraine's leadership and its cause. Well, right, of course they're just going to say things like that. Trump does that, though. Trump is doing that. All while we're sitting here having endless, adding to the debt. He's bragging about having just a random, wasn't it like $1 trillion just sitting somewhere? Or was it more than that? It was more than that, wasn't it? He's like bragging about trillions of dollars sitting somewhere. I can't keep track of the random shit Trump says anymore. The point is we're the value of the dollar is depleting. We're adding to the debt because he doesn't have infrastructure. He just does things. He doesn't have a plan for anything. And he's sitting there bragging about how he has all these trillions of dollars sitting somewhere that nobody knows about. It's like, so the point is Trump just says this stuff. Like trillions of dollars and stuff like that, like the idea that the concept of like that money existing, like trillions don't exist. Like it's always borrowed. Like that doesn't exist. That's like subsidies. That's equity. That's liquidation. That's your assets amount to this. What you are worth. It's not necessarily a monetary value. Trillions don't exist. It's true. They don't. Richest man in the world isn't even worth $1 trillion. Okay. So, and it's not even close, by the way. Like you have no concept. Like I think that's the problem. Most people don't have a concept for how much $1 trillion actually is, and it's just $1 trillion. Think about how much debt we have. Where we're in the tens of trillions. Tens is like when you have anything higher than 10, you like instead of 9. It's now double digits, and then you get those zeros after it. That's why you say tens. So instead of like before the comma to the left of the comma, when you have like a bunch of zeros and it's a big number, that's why I talk about it as like tens or hundreds. So like tens of thousands would be anything ranging from 10,000 to 99,000, and then hundreds of thousands, the hundreds place. Would be then hundreds of thousands and above, and that sort of thing. Okay, so that's what I mean when I say that. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. Where like the richest person in the world is worth hundreds of billions, And it's not even, it's like half a trillion. You know, teeters on like half a trillion. Like, you got halfway there. And that's halfway to 1 trillion. Again, the richest men in the world got halfway to 1 trillion. And we're 17 trillion in debt, or whatever the hell the thing says now. Okay? Just... okay? And you don't want to tax those people. No, they're paying 5% while we're paying 12%. That's what you need to realize. They should pay 12% just like we are. That's what's happening. We pay 12%, they pay 5%. Now, they were paying like 7 and 8. Now they're paying 5 because of Trump. That's what's happening. We lose money because he cuts it from them. And then slowly raises ours and thinking that meets that status quo. No. And I did this, I even played like Sim City and stuff like that to show you, like, these are simulations. It's very accurate money. Like, you can run simulations and like, that's accurate. This percentage is just a calculator. It's just in fact, a very sophisticated one. It's going to be more accurate than Trump is. And all you got to do is see that even when there's not that many wealthy people, if you even tick the wealthiest people up a little bit, it takes care of everything. And they don't even complain. Remember in the game, they weren't even complaining. It was always the middle class that complains because they have to move and they have to do things. Rich people can handle it. Because they're rich. Anyway. just remember that in a modern society, I just think that people don't understand that even Hollywood actors and stuff like that, while they seem rich to the rest of you, they're really not all that rich. You know, millions isn't as much as you think anymore. It's not that much anymore. Because of Trump. Because of the value of that dollar. Because of inflation. Because of nothing being done about it. You know, you do is force companies to raise minimum wage. Okay. All they're going to do is increase costs across the board. And they're already going to do that with Trump's tariffs. So, doubly so. To match the forced federal minimum wage. And I agree with it. But you have to do something to where you force those companies to not do that. You have to tax the CEO. Understand how that works? Where the Nintendo CEO, remember how he acted? He was going to lose all his people and stuff like that, and he chose to take a pay cut for X amount of time, and he saved the company and didn't have to lay anybody off and stuff like that. It's called manning up and fix your company. Meanwhile, 90%, most of them, won't do that. They'll lay people off so that they get their bonus. They're actually taking pay increases. You have to understand that. They give themselves bonuses and increases, all while they just lay you off and automation now. Now it's even worse. Now they're getting AI and they can lay you off and they can actually... And they don't care if their product is crap and they're using AI. So that's what's toppling this country, and that's what Trump and thinking like that does. Where they're just using that propaganda to convince people that don't know any better. And people don't know that stuff. They have very simple, quick explanations for why they vote for Trump. He's great for the economy. No, he isn't. This is what they actually think here. This is why we need to have intelligent conversations. Because nobody's intelligent. You need intelligence first. You can't just state that Trump's good at something when he isn't. It's not an intelligent thing to say. It's just wrong. It's inaccurate. Narratives dehumanizing and demonizing. Narratives dehumanizing and demonizing Ukrainians. To build support for its invasion among its domestic and international audiences, Russia relies heavily on narratives that use hate speech and dehumanizing tactics. The Kremlin's primary justification for the invasion was the baseless claim that Ukraine was controlled by Nazis. That's really what they used. Yep. They convinced, I guess, Russia in general, their people and surrounding countries, that the basis for this invasion is that the Ukrainians are Nazis. Oh, while they're like some of the most democratic people on the planet. They literally had, like, this is probably really why they did this. Ukraine had some of the top science departments in the world. Top scientists, biology research, stuff like that. They're really, really smart people. Like, really smart. That's why. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you the truth. That's the real reason. Okay, Ukraine had some of the smartest people on the planet doing science. And it's like save the world tree-hugging science. So, Nazis. That's the point. Like, the whole point is that the more it sounds like peace, the more they have to sell it the other way. Nazis! All while you ignore the Nazism actually happening in this country, where you don't recognize the irony. While Russia uses it to convince their own people it's actually happening here, and the people that claim to be against it are like supporting the whole ICE thing. That's Nazism. ICE is Nazism. It is. Now, again, you still don't, like, I will stand by what I said at the beginning. You still don't play bad music, and you don't shout things, and you don't antagonize. And you still don't do that, but it's still Nazism. It's still misuse of power. It's still illegal. It's still Nazism. They're still taking people and putting them in camps. It's still that, but you're having the wrong, stupid fucking reaction. And the rest of the world finds their bag of popcorn. I'm just going. Let's turn on CNN and see what's going on in Portland. Oh, what was that? Oh, Trump's gonna be president forever? Guess we'll need more popcorn. That's it. The rest of the world's doing that. Because we've been ripping them off. We've been ripping off Europe. We've been getting a way better trade deal than they deserved this whole time. They've been getting crap gas prices, crap prices on everything. And we had the better deals. Trump ruined that. All while convincing you it was the opposite. So the point is for you to realize just how much of this Trump uses. He found out about it and he started using it. The point is, you're supposed to realize that. He was an idiot before he became president. And suddenly he's using all these PSYOP techniques. Because he's irresponsibly using the NSA, the CIA, the FBI. Do you not understand that? I hope you do. I hope you understand that. So much so that military that supports Trump would choose now to come forward and suddenly whistleblow aliens. They could have picked any time in history, and now that they conveniently support Trump, now conveniently these military personnel, now they want to talk about aliens. No, they're doing this to help distract you from the Epstein files and all the other crap. They're probably being told to do it. Oh, well, you can do that now. Conveniently. Meanwhile, these guys are so gung-ho about this, they don't care. They just want to do it. And they're being used. Biden was right. Don't tell people about UFOs. You keep it, you shut up. You don't have to keep it classified. If it leaks, it leaks. I think that's stupid. But don't sit here and talk about it. We need to reverse engineer that technology. And you're having congressional hearings where you're talking about UFOs since the 1800s? We've had them since the 1800s? You're stupid for talking about that. You're a fool. Sorry. It's a fool. It's a fool's errand talking about that. He follows elite's agenda more than any other president just because he's stupid. Trump is the proof that the dumbing down of USA succeeds. Yeah, sure. So the Kremlin's primary justification for the invasion was baseless claims that Ukraine was controlled by Nazis. This relies on historical revisionism and distorts the memory of World War II. Of course. This narrative weaponizes the concept of Nazism to demonize Ukrainians and justify Russia's violence. The Ukraine wasn't even a thing. Didn't exist. It was like Soviet Union territory. Or maybe it was Germany. Actually, I think it was Germany. Right? Germany was subdivided into all those different countries after World War II because of Hitler and Nazism, and then, like Belarus, Poland, Ukraine, all that stuff. But the Ukraine may have been actually the Soviet Union. Because north was more the Germany, and I think the south, there was some more Soviet Union stuff. I think that's how it went. So the Soviet Union got more of the south, and then the Europe got more of the north. I think that's how it went. But that's what you need to realize is it was just all divided up, and they tried to be fair about it. Just again, the whole point was, even at the end of the collapse of the Soviet Union, everybody celebrated. It was Christmas Day. They signed it, and it was like a Christmas gift. It was. I think the general said it was bittersweet. The idea of it was the best Christmas present he could have ever hoped for. Was the idea they were depicting it as what a terrible Christmas, they have to do that. No, he the whole point is no, that was the best Christmas he could have ever had. Was the point, was to end that endless madness. Because it was just this crap. Psyops and fighting. So, anyway, false accusations of atrocities. Russian propaganda frequently accused the Ukrainian military of war crimes, shelling civilians and committing genocide. This a narrative often based on coerced confessions serves to create a false moral equivalence between the two sides. Wow. Right there it is. I mean, it's saying right there Russia commits genocides and stuff using civilians. So I mean, who knows? Like the things that are happening here very well may be, like the shooters and stuff. I've mentioned that they're easily being influenced by the hate online and stuff like that, but you have to realize that it's still that person with a problem. So like again, you don't blame it on what people say on the internet and stuff. You don't blame it on free speech. You still blame it on that person, but yeah, for sure, they're being manipulated, and I even said that. And yeah, it seems like right here it's admitting, it's confirming that Russia does absolutely commit war crimes and uses civilians to commit genocide, yeah. And there was separately another time that I was doing this too, before this, where it had confirmed there is definitely evidence of Russia committing arson in the UK. So you know how like all these people are burning stuff down and fires and stuff? No, it's Russia. It's literally Russia pressuring civilians to be upset and getting them to do these things. It is actually that working. So it's an inability, it shows how weak the media and the governing body is in these countries where this works. Now, Ukraine, it wasn't working. Those people are so smart, they saw right through that nonsense. For the most part in Europe, it doesn't work. It really doesn't. Europe sees through it. They see right through that bullshit. The UK, they're cut off. They're sort of cut off. It's different. Just like the US. That's why. So it's a little bit easier to influence and affect those things. Now, if you're cut off, you also have the benefits of being cut off. So you could be more easily not affected by those things too. But you have to have strong leadership. You can't divide people. Because what does divide do? What do enemies do after divide? How does the saying go? Divide and conquer. We are not the United States any longer. We are the divided states. Donald Trump has divided us. No, other presidents didn't do that. I showed you a picture of Bill Clinton and George H.W. Bush standing behind Vladimir Putin at Boris Yeltsin's funeral. We saw examples of how Democrats used to literally even, again, visiting Russia to be part of a funeral. Just the massive difference to today of them even just being in his presence there. Both one Democrat, one Republican ex-president standing there right behind him, giving their support. Unity. Unification was the message. And now all of a sudden under Trump, Putin hates everybody, invades Ukraine, yada, 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 you get the picture. Do you remember the video of Trump a long time ago saying that a government shutdown makes the president look weak? Do you remember what he said? He's such a hypocrite. He's so hypocritical. He said, a government shutdown makes the president look weak because the president's supposed to get everybody together. He literally said that long before he was ever president. Even a child would say that. We know this. It's basic. He said it. Yet says the opposite now. So abhorrently the opposite. Well, the government shut down, isn't it? Trump admitted to knowing that that would happen. He knows this. He knows that he does certain things. He doesn't reach a deal with Democrats. Their only way to put the body upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, and upon all the apparatus to make it stop is to make it stop. Your free speech is under attack. It's literally what that exact speech meant. It's for that. And that's the thing he's attacking, free speech. Trying to take Kimmel off here. Trying to take Stephen Colbert off here. Okay. And, by the way, Stephen Colbert had just been, I think, nominated for the first time, finally. Right? Wasn't that what happened? And this, like, triggered Trump to be all upset. Like, yeah, like, basically, like, it's super obvious that those guys, everybody was paying attention to what they were saying and triggered dumb Trump. Happened. Anyway. Information alibis. Key tactic involves preemptively accusing Ukraine of an action Russia is planning to commit. Because everything I just said. Yeah, it starts mentioning, this is the last point it's going to mention here in this particular section. And this is what I've been saying here all along, like, again, about Trump. Involves preemptively accusing Ukraine of an action Russia is planning to commit. It's what Trump does. For example, Russian disinformation alleged Ukraine was preparing to attack civilians in Kramatorsk? I hope I'm saying that right. Kramatorsk? Creating a false alibi for its subsequent strike on the train station. You get what I'm saying? And that's a really good point, actually, that it mentioned that. That is a really good point. So this is what we've been talking about with Trump, where again, he accidentally says his plan. Now, don't worry, in a few years we're going to have the election rigged so you never have to vote again. He said that years ago when he first won presidency, and nobody took it seriously, and he has in fact done that. That's what happened. The first election in history where there's evidence, obvious evidence of falsehoods, of lying, of tampering. The first one in history. And Trump won. And remember, he was the one stopped the steal, taking out ads, paying for ads, when this didn't happen under Biden. Inciting violence, enticing a crowd to attack the Capitol. Because again, he knew he was doing that. He was going to do that. So he was so convinced Biden was doing it first. And I really believe that. I truly believe Trump believed that. Because he knew he was going to do that. Dystopian vibes, yeah. It's so true. Leveraging pre-existing sentiments, Russia's traders. I'm sorry. Let me. Russia tailors these narratives for different audiences to maximize their impact. Explaining fatigue in Western nations, the Kremlin amplifies narratives suggesting that Western nations are tired of the war and frustrated by its slow progress, hoping to erode public support for continued aid. Tired? I mean, they're going to answer it. I don't know about tired. That's definitely not the right wording. Sick of it, maybe. Disgusted by it. Tired? I don't know if that's the right wording. So yeah, like that is psychological for sure to try to motivate, I suppose. Appealing to global anti-colonial sentiment. Interesting. Oh, right, terrorist groups, appealing to terrorist groups is basically what it's saying. People that don't agree with governments, countries. Al-Qaeda. In religions like Latin America, the Middle East, and Africa, Russia propaganda leverages anti-Western and anti-colonialist sentiments to frame the conflict as a struggle against perceived Western dominance. Wow. Yeah, that's so true. So basically what it's saying is what I explained to you before, where you have Al-Qaeda. We'll take Al-Qaeda, for example, where you have like a bunch of, again, a terrorist organization, obviously 9/11, responsible for 9/11. We know this. All the different things that, and ISIS, too, being one of them. Where basically, again, like ISIL in general, just the concept of that and things like that, like Al-Qaeda and stuff. You have a religion-based system where these people would die. They would literally, like, unalive themselves, be on a plane, crash the plane, that sort of thing, because they think they're going to be glorified for this. They're doing it for their creator and stuff. So this is manipulation. This is used by the leader in charge of this cult, basically. It's just a cult, is what it is. It's the KKK, but what would happen if the KKK actually became, unfortunately, successful and with its racism and stuff like that, got to the level of like Al-Qaeda and how big ISIS got and stuff like that. That's what it would have looked like. Again, it's just a cult where they're using religion and stuff to convince these people what they're doing is right, where they would take their lives and the lives of others to support this because it's the only way they can convince them. Where, again, they would use the concept of a creator or things, like fear of what would happen after, afterlife and stuff like that, where they hold everything about their being, to this, essentially. So they're very manipulated by this. And they will do things. They will commit acts of terror. They will do these things for this specific purpose. And then you see the censorship with me, where the bit rate changes and the concurrence go to 2, where you see the examples of essentially this organization that's doing this to me, that has been doing this to me, is trying to shut me up, where a lot of people in this organization are probably listening to what I'm saying. I'm rationalizing it. I'm convincing them. I'm changing their minds. And this person's attacking me. So, this is what we're talking about, where Russia tries to appeal to these groups, and then you see what happens. The bit rate shift, and then conveniently, all the viewers go down to the only single viewer that YouTube confirms is in the chat. Even though we know plenty of people are in here, nothing happened. Nothing happened. Okay? Every time that shifts around at convenient times, you definitely need to pay attention to that. And they're doing it now maliciously to affect the traffic that would be in here off of me saying that. Because remember, we would see traffic in here lately. Oh, for sure. And they are absolutely affecting whether you see that or not. The point is, there are a lot more people than just 2 in here. And they don't want those people to know that. So that's why they're doing that. You know, and we've proven it. We've proven that, you know, even as early as my latest Elden Ring stream, we still have more likes on that stream than views. How are there more likes on a stream than views? Still, it looks like that. Still. You can look at it right now, and it has 300 some likes and only 200 some views. How does it have more likes than views? How? If they're not lying to you. To the 2 people that are doing this from Al Qaeda in the stream right now, because I know that you're in here and I know you're in this country, you need to listen. They're lying to you. You need to unalive the person in your organization. You need to save everybody. If anything that you're doing means anything to God, what you need to do is you need to stop the organization. That's what you need to do. Stop randomly attacking people. You're the ones committing terror and harming people and ruining the world and ruining our chances of world peace and enlightenment. You randomly attacking and killing people. Not the people minding their own business. It's a fool's errand. And the reason you're so convinced is because you're brought up in this world. You're lied to every second, every instant that you're gone. They question where you went. They question who you talked to. They question your phone. They want you to think there's some shadow organization. Because it's them. It's them. Your boss, the person controlling everything you do, it's them. They have convinced you by doing it to you. They are doing it. And if the end result is you unaliving yourself, guess what? You'll never know, will you? That's why they get away with it. Nobody's ever left from before to tell the story. Like these groups, these terrorist groups are literally just the biggest murder rings in history. That's all they are. They're literally just the largest serial killer rings in history. These people are just serial killers. And remember who we said are predominantly the top unalivers, even those that are Christian. Statistically speaking, even Christians. So they use that. The whole point is to convince you very simply with that, no. No. You cannot make that decision. God will make it one day for them. But you do not. You do not end lives. You do not make those decisions. You end an ideal. You hate an ideal. You don't hate the person. If the person controls the ideal, unfortunately the person needs to go. That's the only time. The one and only time. And you don't need to unalive them. Most times. Unless, of course, they're Bin Laden and they have billions of dollars that you gave them to learn how to escape, capture, hide in holes. That's different. This guy is gonna commit acts of terror and plot another 9/11. You gotta get him. We trained him, unfortunately. Yeah, he was a CIA informant. He was supposed to work with the CIA. That's why we knew who he was. He was our guy on the inside. Turns out he was their guy. And that's how it always went with us. Lee Harvey Oswald. So the point is, look at who they targeted. JFK, who was going to come out and tell everybody about what was going on in the government and about the choices all his colleagues were telling him to make, even though, like basically he was just going to sit here and tell you all, and then he was taken out. Because he was the one not spewing chaos. He was the only one. Did you ever notice that? And like I said, this is very obvious. The people who unalive themselves after suddenly speaking about peace and being beacons of light for culture, where they speak peace and sing about peace or whatever, and suddenly they unalive themselves, and several of their friends do too. Suddenly, all of a sudden, they've lost their battle with depression, and that's what everybody thinks. It's systemic. Yes, people lose their battle with depression, but if we aren't asking why, what the fuck are we doing? If we're excusing it and dismissing it as simple things like, oh, he needs a therapist, when he had one. And the answer isn't so basic as that. It's like, this person had a therapist, this person was talking to people, this person was over this, and then suddenly, bam. And it doesn't make any sense. It's not supposed to. The point is, these people show up to take credit for doing this. These are the internet anarchists. They are convincing people to unalive themselves. They are doing this with the internet. But again, it's not free speech that you blame. you blame the organized crime. You blame the groups that allowed it, that posted those things and didn't take it down. Things like that. You go after who didn't regulate while seeing the danger. And the point is, that's exactly what we should do. And we're not. We're not regulating. You know, in Trump's America, we're doing the opposite. People are convinced all regulation is bad instead of, again, having any reasonable take on it. They just politicize everything. All of this is bad. No. If all of that was bad, why are there speed limits, seat belts? Why does your car not go 300 miles an hour in an instant? Because you're an idiot and you would harm yourself and other people. For the same reason they don't sell fireworks in states with lots of trees and stuff like that. Yeah, because idiots are idiots. So the point is, people are their own destruction a lot of times, but it is exacerbated exactly as we talked about here. And if you wear it on your sleeve like you are all over social media, the rest of the world is going to sit here and be like, wow, look how much of an idiot this guy is. Let's use that. And you have your entire life on social media. Now, I'm going to stop you there and tell you about a little interaction that happened because I want to educate people. Because I still think people don't get it. Billions every year. Billions, 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 billions. Let's look at it to just last year. How much money did foreign scammers steal from U.S. citizens just last year? The FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center reported a total of $16.6 billion lost just in 2024 from foreign scammers stealing money from U.S. citizens. Okay? $16.6 billion in 1 year. And regularly, idiots at gas stations are walking up to people and trying to introduce themselves, ask somebody's name, ask where they work, and literally just talk to them as if they can tell them everything about themselves and that's totally fucking normal. No. Can't do it anymore. Can't do that. And this was yesterday. The point is, if you don't understand at this point that you shouldn't walk up to a stranger in a gas station, like you don't understand, yes, billions, and it's every year, and it increases every year. 16.6 billion just last year. It even said that's a 33% increase from 2023, which was 13.7 billion. So yes, it is very serious. And the point is, Americans are stupid. That's why. They do dumb things like this. They don't... again, this is the point. I was in a gas station. No lie, I'm just waiting for my food. And this guy literally walks up to me, extends his hand, and says, "Hi, I'm this person. What's your name?" Never seen the guy before in my life. This is the first thing he says to me. So first of all, seems suspicious, right? Like, why the hell? And again, he wasn't standing there waiting for his food where, like, he's, like, looking at me and, like, seeing something or something. No. This guy walked up to me from across the store, made a beeline toward me, already had his hand extended, and was, again, this is a scammer. This is a money mule. This is somebody that scopes out gas stations and scams people. And he was trying to get information. And the point is that, like, people are so foolish, they'd probably believe it. They'd probably give the guy their name, everything about where they work, and they would be hacked by the end of the day. By the end of the day. Their bank account will be gone. Yep, at no point did I show my back to this guy. He's probably going to try to pickpocket me. And he was trying to get my name. My information immediately. And he walks up to me. Again, he just walks up and he goes, "Hi, I'm this person." He goes, "What's your name?" I'm like, And I tell him my name, but I don't give him a last name. And he's like, "Where do you work?" Immediately. No precursor, no, I'm just waiting for my food. The point is, this is strange. There's no precursor. Like, the guy didn't already talk to me and, like, see, like, you know, like there was nothing to this. So the point is, and also he asked me, "Do you live around here?" He's like, "Do you live around here?" So the point is, that person's a scammer. Whatever they were doing, it's not legal. And they're conducting it at a gas station. All while walking up, and again, just immediately that rammy, "What's your name? You from the area? Where do you work? Let's get to know each other." It was that sort of thing. It was very immediate. Immediately. It was obvious. So the point is, you have to recognize that. It's not normal. It's very strange. It's not like we, like, recognized each other. He knew me from somewhere. He made a beeline for me. His hand was extended, and immediately he was telling me his name, trying to find out mine, where I worked, and if I was from the area. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he's an unsanctioned FBI lying about being a cop. He's literally an ICE agent trying to pick people up illegally in plain clothes, because he was in plain clothes. That's what I'd say. I'd say most likely he's an ICE agent lying. or an FBI agent lying, standing there, scamming people under the Trump administration. Because again, his administration sits here and gets away with all kinds of illegal shit. Because again, he doesn't care. No checks and balances with this orange buffoon. So that's what I need to put out there, is that is very strange, and again, within seconds the person could have had too much information and could have done something very malicious with it. I waited for a while. Guy never came out of the store. And if he did, he didn't want me to see him coming out of the store. Why the fuck's he hanging around a gas station talking to people? If I had half a mind, I'd be back there investigating that, wondering why somebody in plain clothes was asking a bunch of people questions. And the sheer number of visible police that are in and out of that parking lot. Visible. Where I can see that they're labeled police and they're getting gas and stuff like that. I know what that is. And again, if it was actually done, sanctioned, proper, it wouldn't have been that bad. It wouldn't have been that obvious. Just like all the stuff happened to me. Something's going on that shouldn't be. Fueling divisions with NATO and the EU. So again, the whole point of me telling you that story was to just educate you a little bit on the problems with doxing and modern interactions. Most people don't understand that the point is that with a name, a place you work at, and stuff like that, oftentimes employers are stupid. Colleges are stupid. Car dealerships are stupid. They'll sit there and post on social media with everybody standing there, their badge, their name on the badge, a picture and everything of who they are, right on social media. So the whole point is that person's just going to sit there and find that picture somewhere. They're going to find your name. They're going to find all your info. They're going to find where you work. They're going to find where you go to college. By the end of the day, they're going to have your password for your college. They're going to have your password for your bank. They're going to have where you work. They're going to probably have your password for your PC. Like all these different things. But just simply because this person walked up to you in a gas station and wanted to shake your hand and ask you a question about where you work and your name, which is what police are doing too, that they're not supposed to be doing. That's why they get information from you. That's what they're doing. They're causing problems for you so that it looks like you're a criminal. They are incriminating. And that's what's going on in this country, where police could be doing police work, and instead, half of them are just incriminating. They get people's info and look and fish and look and fish, and if they don't find anything, they exacerbate, just like this thing here. Oh, he's not Christian. Oh, he's against ICE. Oh, he's a terrible person. It's just whatever. So that was the whole point of me going into that. Let me just state that. Okay. The point is, that's what they're doing. And don't just implicitly trust people with that information anymore. It is not legal for a cop to just randomly stop you and ask for your information. In this country, it's not legal. Can't do that. He has to have probable cause to have stopped you. So, just throwing that out there. Last drink. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out, Chris. Fueling divisions with NATO and the EU. Russia uses disinformation to sow fear and discord within NATO states by suggesting that supporting Ukraine would endanger their national security or leave them economically vulnerable. Which obviously isn't true. Obviously, aligning with NATO would clearly help you, because that was the whole point. Was that's what they do. As long as you can contribute something, they're going to have your back. Because you're contributing. You have a right to deny to share your ID. Yeah. So unless again you're being pulled over for a traffic stop, they cannot just randomly stop and ID you. That is in the Constitution. You literally cannot do it. It's against your constitutional rights as a citizen. I remember there was this body cam of these triggered cops one time. They actually stopped a kid. It was a kid, too. I was like, oh, you're so stupid. And the kid was so funny because he was bad-mouthing him and stuff the whole time. And I mean, that's the problem. The problem is these guys are trolls and they shouldn't do this to cops. But at the same time, he had every right. He was in the right. And these cops literally just stopped him and said he looked suspicious because he was walking home from school. And asked for his ID. And he said, no, I don't have to give you that. And it's true. He literally didn't have to. And they were literally giving him a hard time. They were going to arrest him. They put cuffs on him. They tried to detain him and stuff like that. And he was like, I want your badge number. I want your name. I want your name. I want your name. He was like giving it to him. It was so funny. Well, because he's a kid, it's like he's just giving it to him. It was so funny. And yeah, by the end of it, they had to let him go because they had nothing. They were trying. They kept him there. They tried to say that, and then he flicked him off as he was walking away. And then the cop ran after him and I think he tackled him or something. But like the whole point is after he flicked him off, the cop tried to arrest him. And again, you can't do that. It's just a gesture, The fact that he's super triggered by a gesture, again, that was the whole point, was that people in other countries saw that and see that every day, and everybody sees that every day, where cops are very triggered by free speech, by the expression of free speech, because the point is they are trained on a fundamental level in this country to think that the F word and somebody using that is disorderly conduct. That's their training. And it's wrong. I'm just putting that out there. They are trained to think that somebody using the F word immediately it's disorderly conduct. It's wrong. They're being trained wrong. It's not the use of the F word. It is essentially how they escalate the situation with the use of profanity. So, the point is, if they were already escalating and stuff, loud, causing a scene, and now, in addition to the escalation, in public, other people are around, it affects them, stuff like that, now they are using profanity. Now it's disorderly conduct. Because now you have escalated, they've given you the warnings, yada, yada, yada. The whole point is that immediately police, bam, you said the F word, disorderly conduct, slams them to the ground. No, it's not. And They don't have the right to slam them on the ground. Again, force for force. It's one thing if you say the person's resisting, but unless, again, we visibly see them resisting, like trying to run away, pull away from you, all you do is immediately throw them on the ground or immediately try to force them against a hood or something and don't give them the order. You are under arrest. Put your hands behind your back or wherever. You're in the wrong. You aren't doing your job properly, and you see how they're shifting the bitrate around. You are literally in the wrong and not doing your job properly. And the reason they're shifting the bitrate around is because this is the discourse in this country. The discourse in this country is between citizens' misunderstanding of what police are supposed to do versus what they are doing, which is why they're doing this. Because they don't want the regular general public, again, to be able to use the Constitution to fight back against, again, who they're using to manipulate and fool, who's making rash, quick decisions. That's who they're trying to manipulate. So the point is, they don't want those police to find out what I'm saying, because that is the law, that is the reasonable side of things. And they don't want them to realize that. And so they're trying to control the traffic. And you see the traffic staying at 2. Where they're sitting here, the bit rate shifts around, and the concurrent stays at 2. And we saw that earlier. We saw that malicious shift earlier. And then all it did was shoot up to 4 just a little bit briefly after I said that, to try to make it not seem as, like it's happening. So basically, the point is, they are flagging my stream on YouTube side of things to trick the system, because everything's automated now. So all these things start happening. And it absolutely is these people that are just trying to manipulate everybody that watches my channel. Every streamer that sat here and attacked me and manipulated the situation for the better. Every single triggered cop that was in here that they know about and stuff like that. Every single one of you that has been in here and, personally had some sort of hate or something like that, they're manipulating. That's it. It's always been that. So, just be aware of that, where you see this bit rate shift around, and then the number stays at 2. That is evidence. Where there would normally be people in here, based on what I'm saying, based on the new thing that I just said, especially the vertical stream where we are in a live feed, and now that traffic doesn't come in, they're shifted away, because again, those cookies and trackers are being manipulated right now as I speak. They are using my voice It is a lie. And this is only further proof. As we talk about this, as that bitrate shifts, as those concurrents are constantly locked at those same patterned numbers that we see, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 1, 0. Single digit low numbers that you can count on one hand to convince people. Again, if it wasn't happening, you wouldn't be able to look at the most recent stream, the most recent Elden Ring stream, and clearly see that there are more likes than views. If they're not reviewing views, and they're not lying about who's in here, and locking the view count at just a certain number, why are there more likes than views? Why are there 300 some likes on that stream, yet there's 200 some views? Why? There's no explanation. The only explanation is that there were more, and they lied and took them off, which is what they've been doing. I've watched several concurrents come in and out of here since what I was saying earlier. Several. And I've watched the view count halt at where it is, at the number that it is. I've watched it completely stop. This is the Trump administration. Especially considering the fact that he is manipulating and using police to do his bidding. You're a puppet to Donald Trump if you're ICE right now. You are a pathetic puppet, and you're being used. You know, you're not a police officer. You're a puppet. You're a triggered puppet, and you're being used. And like I said, it only takes recognizing that every single time I have something to say that's valid, that would be reasonable, that bit rate shifts around maliciously. Those concurrents dwindle to nothing, proving the censorship. And then we see view counts lock. We see view counts change. We see numbers change. We see all of a sudden all these numbers that were trending upward, that were doing what they were doing, all of a sudden go the opposite direction. Again, if it's not happening, then why does my latest Elden Ring stream have over 300 likes, yet 200 some views? What about China? As a follow-up to this, I asked, what about China? Oh boy. Google Gemini proceeds to go on to say, China plays a significant role in the information war surrounding Ukraine, predominantly by amplifying Russian narratives while pursuing its own geopolitical goals. While maintaining a public posture of neutrality, its state-controlled media and diplomatic apparatus have systematically promoted disinformation to discredit the West and foster anti-US and anti-NATO sentiments globally. So yeah, it's China. Because Russia don't have the tech. So yes, it's China, but it's Russia. And that's why I say that sometimes. Here is an elaboration on China's psyops and disinformation in the context of the Ukraine war. Amplifying Russian propaganda. Since Russia's full-scale invasion, China has used its state-controlled media and social media to bolster the Kremlin's talking points to its vast domestic audience and global Chinese-speaking diaspora, echoing Kremlin terminology. So this is incredible. This is important to recognize. Throughout the whole stream, we have a really continuous, obviously, sort of seemingly real, maybe, concurrent viewership, maybe, where it moves around. It's up, down, up, down, up, down. It's not just the same number. Yet, conveniently, after the thing that I mentioned earlier about how to properly police, the thing that you should do. And remember how I said the police are harassing my family, stalking my family. They are doing this. Like, we know this. Police are doing this. Like, there's definitively, that's what's happened. My mom's car was set fire, blown up. We know that, I was stalked and doxxed all over this platform for 7 months solid. And the state police were notified. We know that somebody was wrongfully accused. Police lied on court documents. Lied all throughout the process. And then conveniently, as we get to the point where we're talking about how to police, how to properly do something as a police officer, conveniently then the bitrate shifts around and we see concurrence go to 3. Just one number. They're not moving around at all. Just 3. Thus proving what I said, where they shift the bitrate around so that these triggered police can continue being triggered police and committing crimes, killing people, incriminating them. Police are the ones actually organizing to commit crimes. It's police. And they're doing this too. It's literally just police. And I've been saying this all throughout. Pushing you to quit at the same time. It's funny that you would say that, Chris. Because this has been the very obvious thing. It's funny, again, you haven't even been a follower for that long, but you can recognize it. And it's funny that you recognize that while not being a follower for very long, because this is actually the very one thing that I've been saying all throughout the course of the channel, that I've been seeing this going on. It's very obvious that the purpose is to get me to quit. To ruin viewership, jealousy, that petty. Where these cops, they view me a certain way. So, therefore, they couldn't possibly allow me to have what's rightfully mine. To sit here and actually get the views that I'm allotted to, that I'm entitled to. To sit here and actually lie about it. And, we have a lawsuit pending. We're investigating. But the whole point is that it's clear that police are involved. And it's obviously, like, they can't do it on the books. Because they can't harass people regularly. Can't just do that. So they're all doing it behind the scenes. They're communicating with each other, I'm sure. But they're doing it off the books. There's nothing official about it. So it's just lies. It's the same reason why every time I'm about to drive past a police cruiser, my bitrate shifts around when I'm driving. Yeah, that's why. Because triggered police don't want you to film their police cruisers. There's nothing illegal about it. You are legally allowed to do that. Yet for some reason they are super triggered by this. yet my bitrate shifts around all over the place maliciously. Sometimes when I'm about to pass them, sometimes when I am passing them. Legally allowed to film in public. Free speech auditors all the time walk around and film in public, and police walk up and just start harassing them. That's what a free speech auditor is. There's somebody that's has the balls to go out and know that police harass people, so they just walk around and film in public, and then police harass them, and it's exactly what you expect. That's literally what you see. And you shouldn't expect that. You really shouldn't. You should expect police to just leave people the fuck alone. But instead, they're entitled, triggered sissies that were given a badge and gun and told that they could scream at people. So this is the problem. And the reason I say sissies is because I'm talking about the guy. I'm not saying it's all of them. But I'm talking about the guy that unloads his entire clip into the back of his own cruiser because he heard an acorn hit the roof. While he had somebody handcuffed in the back. And this guy dives on the ground, rolls on the ground, screaming at the top of his lungs, shots fired, calls it in, proceeds to unload his entire clip from his pistol into the back of his own cruiser that he has somebody handcuffed in. This is what we're seeing. This is the example. This is the problem. And the police see it too, but meanwhile, instead of owning up to it, they go around and start harassing people just because this leaked on the internet. And then it just escalates more, where police double down. They're a bunch of triggered fucking sissies that double down instead of using intelligence and getting better and recognizing that that's a real problem. Yeah, they're maliciously working with local garages to screw with your cars. That's what they're doing. They're telling lies to local garages so that the local garage screws with your car. And they're screwing with your cars so that you go more often, you get it repaired and stuff like that, and then they screw with it again so that you come back more often. That's what they're doing. And they're doing it to track you so that they always know where you are. That's how they know everybody's at Home Depot. You know, meanwhile, this Mexican dude, he's just buying a hammer or something for this job that he's doing for somebody for free. Yeah, because he just got done paying his taxes. And so, you know, he's going to go to Home Depot and pick up a hammer to do another job for somebody, because, you know, those people just typically just work all the time and do jobs. And meanwhile, ICE just comes in and just randomly knows exactly where you are and picks you up at Home Depot. What the No. No. And then you're the triggered ones. And meanwhile, I'm sticking up for you and saying, on the same token, you don't show up at the ICE centers screaming things at the cops and condemning ICE agents and stuff. Like, you still don't do that. That sounded like mafia methods. Exactly. That's the way Trump runs things. Like a criminal. And then everybody else that exists under that same umbrella thinks the same way. So they just do things illegal that they shouldn't do, harm people. Um, amplifying Russian propaganda. So we're still on this. Echoing Kremlin terminology. Chinese state news outlets and diplomats refer to the war in as the Ukraine crisis or special military operation, avoiding the term invasion. Basically they're trying to pretend like no invasion actually happened or anything like that. Russia is occupying a percentage of Ukraine right now. They invaded randomly and attacked Ukraine and committed war crimes. That's what happened. And they're trying to say it was not an invasion. So, again, this is reminding you what China does to run psyops on the rest of the world to convince them it's not happening. This is what they're doing. And take note of, ever since that bit rate shifted maliciously earlier and we were talking about police, take note of the fact that, again, it has been that same 2 concurrent number. We've talked about this before in the intelligence conversations too, but we've also seen it as a recurring pattern all over the channel, where we just see a random number assigned to the concurrence that's not a real number. Where, again, after that malicious bitrate shift, they're just going to lie about the views, about how many people are actually in here, so that way you don't hear what I'm saying. So again, we're shifting the bit rate just for the intent to lie about the concurrence so that you don't hear what I'm saying. And we know that this is an attack on free speech. We know that this is an attack on free speech. We know that this is terrorism. This is terrorism. It will be labeled as such after the investigation is finished and you are charged. All the people involved with doing this, the whole time that you've been doing this, it will be labeled as an attack on free speech, which is terrorism. It is. And you will be branded as terrorists for doing this. So, doesn't matter how police you are, doesn't matter what you're doing it illegally, unsanctioned, and for the purpose of very obviously getting people to, again, not hear the truth. Where I'm just speaking the truth about what's happening, and you're shifting that bitrate around maliciously at convenient times, abruptly ending the streams and causing technical glitches for streams where we talk about Trump. We discredit him accurately and discredit Russia accurately and discredit the concept of authoritarianism accurately. And that's the point, is that they don't want you to know that, yeah, this bitrate shift is absolutely preventing that viewer count from getting higher. Because just like all the other people already confirmed, when they get kicked out of the stream, they can't see it. So that's why, again, lately the scam that's been happening to me, YouTube has been sitting here not processing my streams as a stream any longer, even though they're supposed to. And don't worry, there is a lawsuit that's coming to YouTube for enabling this. But again, streams should be processed as you're streaming. And so since this has been the latest scam happening on my channel, we've been documenting that it was all of a sudden out of nowhere and that it never happened before. And again, the point is that while it's processing, they can remove all these views and lie about how many views it gets in the meantime. So they just sit here and process it and take over like 24 hours a lot of the time to process it, so that way everybody that watches it in this first day or so, they just don't count those views. And they'll sit here and actually lock it at a very low number. They'll just lie about the number. So all these streams that we've been ending, we have been recording screenshots of all of the views that it's been getting. And I have a lot of screenshots of streams, of the total view count, the actual view count and stuff like that. You can see a very clear difference where they just sat here and lied about the views after we ended the stream and had the stream processing endlessly for no reason. Again, just for this purpose, where again nothing happened, there was no real reason to do that even. Not a super long stream or anything like that. Again, this never happened. It just started happening, and then conveniently, all around the time where they take away the feature, revert to original, where I told you already that was the feature that would have prevented this, where I could have started the process myself, and always used to. But they conveniently took that away while then doing this right after. And by doing that, I also do not have the option to take my stream and revert it to before it was ever edited and stuff like that. So any stream and stuff like that is edited or anything like that is now permanently like that, and it will not be allowed to be reverted back. So again, I do have operational control over my streams on YouTube, and I have the right to use any feature other people use. And if I can sit here and I can prove for a very long period of time that YouTube did not allow me access to these features while allowing similar channels or even smaller channels access, and restricted things, shifted my bitrate around maliciously, did all these things where essentially these are not normal things, yet they were happening to me regularly, and I'm saying it out in the open regularly. Everybody knows it's happening. There's zero question that it's happening. And there's also just a very obvious thing where all these people join in, show up in chat to harass, to join in. It will show how the entire platform enables bullying, essentially, enables hate and terrorism, and that YouTube actually takes part in these things. That, again, it's not the speech that you blame. It's not the concept of allowing people free speech, but essentially the platform or that would have policies for removing somebody that doxes and stuff, like, for example, and stuff like that. That platform that has those policies and then abhorrently doesn't follow them. Literally has them, but then just you can prove left and right they do not follow these for huge amounts of time and stuff like that. It is fraud. It is legally unfounded, and essentially what it's going to look like is YouTube has been taking part in terrorism and human trafficking and spying on people for a very long time, because they are. YouTube is involved in human trafficking. Basically, people are tracking other people through YouTube, and they're taking them. And YouTube is taking part in it. And police are doing it. That's why they're here. That's why they're on this platform. They're trying to cover up everything I've been doing to tell you what's been going on. And all while making tons of money off of their body cam footages. Police sit on here as content creators. They make tons of money off these body cam things. Well, they're not supposed to. They're not supposed to do that. It's public information. And they're monetizing it. So they're monetizing. Basically, you start rationalizing police are harming people for the same reason content creators were. Remember? When everybody started harming people for the sake of calling it pranks? Police are doing that now, except they're just committing crimes for the sake of being content creators because they have channels and stuff. Because, YouTube allows that. So that's what's actually happening. And the police are doing it in this country. And again, it's not the hate, it's the police and all of them that are on this platform hiding in plain sight as content creators, monetizing off people's misfortunes, building cults. And for the first time you see a third concurrent push through, yet stay 3. Just stay solid at 3. The point is to make me a liar. The point is to try to show that, it hasn't been locked at 2 since forever. We're going to push a third one through. Conveniently, as I say that, I'm calling them out very maliciously, they do this. And the patterns are what they are. They exhibit the same behaviors police do. The patterns on my channel and everything I have done to prove that this is police doing this, I've done it. Because they respond to it. They are so easy to manipulate. That's why the rest of the world is manipulating. And I've been trying to show them that. All they had to do was not be easy to manipulate and listen to me. But they didn't hear the call. They didn't answer it. They just literally buckled down and became sheep. And got manipulated by some of the dumbest people on the planet. Some fat slob sitting in a room somewhere on a keyboard with a piss bottle. And these guys are being manipulated by that. Yeah. And then they take the views down to literally 1. Because they know they can't take them down to 0, Chris. They know you're in here. So they take them down to 1. Because, remember, before they would take them down to 0, remember they would do that? And I'd call them on their stupidity. I'm like, Chris is literally in chat, typing in chat, or 365 or something like that. How many times did they make that mistake? So, again, we're trying to call them on this mistake. But, you can't not see this at this point. Where they just respond. Like, there's a normalcy. If they were trying to prove that they didn't do anything, the views would be normal. The bit rate wouldn't shift around. Yet they actually respond to it. It is the absolute exhibition of police, of their behavior. It's exactly what I see exhibited from police and their behavior everywhere I go in this country. The point is, it's literally the exact behavior I see on this platform. Every single day I use it. It's no different. I see it on the road. Every day. I see it when I turn on the stupid live feed from Portland where everybody's screaming at ICE, and then ICE just tear gases them or something like that, so they have to step back. It's just people building tensions over each other instead of blaming the stupid orange man in charge. It's dividing you all instead of bringing you all together. Very obviously using these tactics. Disseminating conspiracy theories, Chinese state media, including CGTN. I'm assuming that's Chinese government TV network or something, television network or something. And the Global Times have amplified Russian fabricated conspiracy theories. I'm gonna see what this is. What is? I was right. China Global Television Network. I was right. And the Global Times have amplified Russian fabricated conspiracy theories. This includes the claim that U.S. is funding bioweapons labs in Ukraine, a falsehood that China also previously used to spread disinformation about the origins of COVID-19. Yep, I remember that too. I remember them trying to say that shit was going on, because again, it originated in China, so of course they're going to try to say it was somebody else's fault. So notice the view count going down to 1. Like, just solid at 1. Again, we are in a live feed where anybody at any time, there's thousands in this feed. Probably hundreds of thousands at any given time. Maybe millions. Especially on a Sunday night where people are off and they're watching stuff. And you're trying to pretend like nobody's in here with a stream labeled an intelligent conversation. And we're just talking. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I see it. We all see it. We all see the lies. We see the absolute lies. There's not like 1, 2 concurrence in here. No. Those are lies. Nobody believes it either. And we're sitting here again in a stream anybody at any time can come across because it's in the live feed. There's, again, probably hundreds of thousands of viewers, if not millions, right now. And you're trying to pretend like, oh, cup, just 1 or 2, in this chill stream where, again, it's an intelligent conversation. Conveniently right as I'm mentioning police and how they're not doing what they should be, and then the bit rate shifts around maliciously. Conveniently right then. Conveniently then. Oh yeah, real convenient. I see it. Y'all see it? We all see it. We all see how guilty police are. And that they are the ones sitting here overstepping constantly. Abuse of power. Same thing with Republicans. And then the only power the Democrats have to fight against that is the shutdown. That's to help you. That's to give you a voice. That's what that speech meant. I've said this recently even. Spreading false allegations. Chinese sources repeated unsubstantiated Russian claims, such as the false report that Ukrainians staged the Bucha? I've never heard of that. Massacre and other Russian accusations of atrocities. Hold on. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Battle of Bucha? Bucha? I think it's Bucha. The Bucha massacre was the mass murder of Ukrainian civilians and prisoners of war by the Russian armed forces during the fight for an occupation of the city of Bucha as part of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. According to local authorities, 458 bodies have been recovered from the town, including 9 children under the age of 18. "419 people were killed with weapons and 39 appeared to have died of natural causes." Holy shit. So the Chinese sources, remember, this is what China's doing. Spreading false allegations, Chinese sources repeatedly unsubstantiated Russian claims, such as the false report that Ukraine staged the Bucha massacre and other Russian accusations of atrocities. There's a picture right here. I'm literally looking at a picture, unfortunately, of several people killed with their hands tied behind their back on the ground. This wasn't staged. And there's a memorial wall was installed in Bucha with 501 names of killed residents. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights documented the unlawful killings, including a summary of executions of at least 73 civilians in Bucha. Photos showed corpses of civilians lined up with their hands bound behind their backs. And they were trying to say this was staged. It says it right here. Russian authorities denied responsibility and instead claimed that Ukraine faked the footage. Wow. Sound familiar? Sound like what Trump does, where he just says something didn't happen, even though it did? Promoting anti-Western and anti-U.S. narrative beyond simply parroting Russian talking points, Beijing uses the conflict to announce its own long-standing anti-Western narrative, framing the U.S. and NATO as aggressors. Well, that's wrong. Yeah, they don't do anything except aid. That's the purpose. This is wrong. It's like stupid. It's like the complete opposite. They sit here, like I said, just like with Ukraine, they don't get involved. They don't really have troops per se. NATO is just an organization, again, of all these countries that, you know, they get together and talk. Because they can, because they're friends. So they all, like, put some money and stuff together to make sure that they're all protected and they can continue protecting each other and stuff like that. And as long as you contribute and you agree to contribute, you're part of it and stuff like that. You can be part of it. And Ukraine had just joined NATO. So of course Russia wants to sit here and attack and do that. They had just joined. And so the point is, they were always going to have protection. Always. Because the point is that the NATO was designed to prevent the Soviet Union from ever happening again. Like this big, huge state of communism. That was the point, to always assist countries that are invaded. And that's exactly what NATO did in the case of Ukraine. It's not like there was ever American boots on the ground or even UK boots. Like, for the most part, again, like I said, you had volunteers from all these different countries and stuff, probably signing up to help here and there, but those are individual volunteers. Don't politicize that. That's just people doing what they want to do. Just like a person that commits an act of terror is responsible for doing that. Don't blame somebody else. Yes, there's systemic problems that raise that heighten these things. And sure, you want to tackle that and deal with that clearly, but again, don't blame it on that. You know, somebody wasn't killed because free speech. No, it's the person that did it. Blaming NATO for the war, state media and Chinese diplomats regularly push the idea that U.S. and NATO are to blame for provoking Russia, casting the conflict as a result of Western aggression rather than Russian expansionism. And that is the point. Russia's just trying to take over. So, we do this from time to time. But maybe it's time to do it again. I think it's time to do it again. To remind y'all. Okay. This is Russia. Okay? See how big Russia is? That is freaking huge, man. That's Russia. This big giant thing on the map. This huge map. This world map. That's Russia. That big freaking thing right there. That. Okay? The Ukraine is right here. It's like, I realize you can't because of the face thing. It's literally, it's that green one below Russia. You see the green blob below Russia? That's Ukraine. Okay? So that is what they invaded. Okay? So, I really, really want to remind you guys that, you know, it's right. You know, I mean, expansionism, again, like, what's the point? They already got more land than they showed that they know how to use. He destroyed their country. And now he wants even more? No. Alleging Western hypocrisy, wolf warrior diplomats use whataboutism, referencing past U.S. wars in Iraq and elsewhere to accuse the West of hypocrisy and double standards when criticizing the Russian invasion. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we already know, and those of us who are smart enough already know, flat out, the U.S. should not have invaded Iraq. We say this all the time. Most of us that have tried to move on from this, we agree it should never have happened. Obama doesn't like it. Biden didn't like it. Anybody should move on from that. Yes, absolutely. So that's what they won't tell them. What they won't tell them is, you know, again, it's calling this whataboutism. Yeah, that's accurate, where, you know, they're just going to be like, well, what about this? You know, the U.S. did this. Yeah, shouldn't have done it. Yeah, that was when we had a surplus. We had a surplus of $2.5 trillion, I think. And then Bush randomly invaded Iraq for no reason whatsoever. Oh, we got attacked by Al-Qaeda. Let's randomly invade Iraq. Okay. So that's what they did, and they used the concept of, they lied and said it was because they believed they had weapons of mass destruction when they knew they didn't have them. And so they gave us a deficit, basically. After that war, we had a deficit. I think like $3.5 trillion. Basically, they spent $5 trillion destroying Iraq for no reason whatsoever. So yeah, I agree. What about this? But the point is, you have to take a look at what most people are then saying online. Anybody that's opposed to Trump, and the numbers in general, the sheer numbers, the Democrats. We do not agree with that. And I specifically said this was the turning point for me with conservative politics. I want conservatism. I want there to be a good Republican candidate. But there just isn't. That's what Republicans do. That's the point. That's why they weren't successful anymore. So anyway, the point is Democrats started doing actually conservative things, and Republicans started doing the opposite of that. So we obviously know what was successful out of those two things. Portraying the West as unreliable narratives suggest the U.S. and its allies are feckless and unreliable partners, a message that serves China's broader geopolitical agenda, particularly concerning Taiwan. And we've mentioned Taiwan as being a very crucial... I guess it will be a 4-hour stream. I am so sorry. I really wasn't planning on having all this for you. I know I said it wasn't going to be it then. Basically, yeah, we've already talked about Taiwan. What you have to realize about Taiwan is Taiwan not only is extremely strategic for a navy, that is a huge naval strategic spot for China, but it's also going to put pressure on the rest of the world because Taiwan is where every computer chip is made. Every one. Every last one. Basically. They know it. A lot of people know it. It's kind of what happened to the tech industry a little bit. Shortages and stuff like that. Cards. Remember that? Yeah. So when it's really slow and they can't get them coming from one place. Okay? So if China gets Taiwan, oh shit. I think Trump finally realized that too. I really hope he's realized that. This is so important. And I'm glad that it makes that because again, the whole point is particularly concerning Taiwan. Yeah. Because obviously they want Taiwan. They need that back. And they want to keep it from Russia. Russia wants that. Everybody wants that. Undermining international support for Ukraine. A key objective of China's information operations is to weaken international resolve against Russia's actions and reduce support for Ukraine. Creating transatlantic fissures. Chinese messaging has consistently portrayed the U.S. as a war profiteer. It's just not the case. We do not profit from war. It's just not the case. It's not. Economy sometimes is stimulated as a result of war. Sometimes. It does have that effect. But if we don't sit here profiting, Dick Cheney maybe, but not You know what I mean? Like one-off people here and there that were criminals, sure. But again, like that's not as a whole. It's just not happening. So yeah, maybe Trump. Sure. I could see that with Trump, sure. He's a criminal, sure. Pete Hegseth probably would. And just remember, we've talked about him before. Just remember, Pete Hegseth, again, this guy is trusted with quite literally one of the highest positions in government. He's texting war plans, he's making mistakes on a regular, and again, remember his qualification was that he was a fucking Fox News host. Fox News anchor or whatever, he worked for Fox. That's his qualification. Yeah, nothing in intelligence. Just Fox News. Again, the Secretary of Defense should have experience in intelligence. Period. Just, you're doing an interview for the Secretary of Defense of the United States. He better have a resume that says he has experience in intelligence. Yeah, it'd be like you're hiring an IT guy, and this IT guy, you're hiring him for this big company, right? He's got to, let's say you're hiring him for like AT&T or something. This IT guy, he's got to be able to like somebody attacks your system and makes something go down or something like that. He's got to be able to get in there remotely, easily, and fix that like that. He's got to be able to get, and if he can't get in there remotely, he's got to be able to go in there, drive there, just fix it real quick, because he's the last line of defense. He better have so much knowledge on repairing systems, rewiring, coding stuff, where he can just come up with an idea really quick. He better have that. He better have a lot of shit. Otherwise, again, you're just going to pick any old freaking Joe. He says he knows IT, just like Pete Hegseth. Okay. Let's just hire an IT guy that was a Fox News anchor. That's what that sounds like to me. And then he goes in there and he goes, well, the system's down. That's your problem. The system's down. And the guy in charge is like, well, no shit. Fix it, man. It's your job. I hired you for that. And then he goes, okay. Hold on, let me text my buddy that knows about this. So he texts his buddy because he doesn't know how to fix it. And meanwhile, this is a very serious breach and a very serious hack. So he's texting his buddy and he's telling him all this very serious stuff over a text. Meanwhile, these people that know how to do this and breach the system can see his fucking text message and already know who this is. So he's texting his buddy, blah, 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 this is what's happened, this is all this info and data. Now, it gets traced back to his buddy. Now he knows who his buddy is. And they're texting back and forth and yada, 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 and that's the best this motherfucker can do. He can't go in there and fix it because he doesn't know what he's doing. He's just texting things to try to get ideas. What should I do? I don't know how to do this. And thus you have Pete Hegseth. Let's text some more plans because we don't know what the fuck we're doing. That's the reality of what happened. Donald Trump hired a Fox News anchor as your Secretary of Defense. Guys have zero, he's literally zero experience. Nothing. No experience whatsoever. He's like the dumbest person in the room. Literally. when all of them were talking, Trump looks smart compared to this guy. When all of them were in the room and stuff and talking to yada yada yada, Kash Patel is like this, like all the time, all this craziness is going on, and Pete Hegseth, like again, Elon Musk has a black eye. He's not wearing a suit, yet they fucking yell at Zelensky for not wearing one. Trump always is orange on his face. They're losing people left and right. They can't even keep track of fucking anything. And in the midst of all this, Pete Hegseth looks like the craziest one. All that! And he's the craziest one. He's all red in the face, like sweating. He's like drunk and high at the same time. In the Oval Office. That's Pete Hegseth. So again, remember, this guy isn't intelligence. He's just a Fox News anchor. Just like Kash Patel, who doesn't have any qualification for the job he's filling. He's just loyal to Trump. So therefore, when questioned about the Epstein files and how many times Trump's name showed up, he confirms it does show up more than once. But how many times? 10, 15, 20, 50? No. He goes, no, not that many. Well, how many is it? I don't know how many it is, but it's not that many. So that's his statement. Well, he's lying then. Because, again, if you're stating it's not that many, the statement of, again, that many implies that you know that it's not that many, implying that you know how many it is. If you know it's not this number, then you clearly know what number it is. You know it's more than one, and you know it's not this number. You clearly have prior knowledge of how many it is. You are clearly stating that you have that prior knowledge. That is the evidence that you just gave us. So it is an admittance of simply you know the knowledge, you have the information, and won't tell it. That guy's an idiot. And that's my point. My whole point was that these people were always supposed to be idiots. Trump is going to hang them. He's using them. Still seeing that Trump is has some triggered police working for him. You seeing it? And because they're stupid, they actually believe that being loyal to a dictator, somebody that always cuts you out, that never is fair, that has to be right about everything, they'll actually think that this guy is going to be fair at the end of all this. When the only reason he's president in the first place is to avoid jail. Unbelievable. Yeah, and it's actually even saying that, stating it right here. Tailoring messages for different audiences. China customizes its messages to achieve maximum impact with different target audiences. Domestic censorship. As we were just talking about censorship, they have their own domestic censorship going on, and I already knew about that, but it's gonna explain here. In mainland China, online discussions are tightly controlled. Platforms censor pro-Ukraine content and censor or punish users who challenge the official pro-Russian narrative. And all while we have our own censorship going on. You know, I say something that hits home, that is true, and Trump, with this message, using the illegal things that he is using to censor free speech and stuff like that, just like taking Kimmel off the air when he can't do that, when it's illegal. He is sitting here, taking my numbers down to nothing, kicking people out of the stream, shifting the bitrate around again. It's just the fact that he is using those systems, those police, those FBI systems to do illegal things to citizens. Again, he admitted that he was going to start attacking political opponents. So that is him admitting that he is going to literally try to be a dictator and harm people doing it. So why would you think that my bitrate shifting around and then the view count being literally nothing isn't that? All while, again, happening at those times. Precisely at those times. That is terrorism. It is. Because it's a censorship of free speech. You know, you are impeding upon the right for me to speak out about these things, these terrible things. And you are trying to censor that, you're trying to stop it. That's terrorism. I have the right to say that. I have the right to do whatever I please. Tailored foreign-facing propaganda outside China diplomatic messaging is distributed in multiple languages and framed to resonate with local anti-Western sentiments. Anti-Western being anti-U.S. That's what it means. Anti-Western is anti-Europe, anti-U.S. That's what it means. The concept of democracy and society, of coexisting happily, basically. That's Western. That's what that means. Strategic objectives. China views the Ukraine war not just as a conflict to report on, but as an opportunity to shape the global information landscape and advance its own strategic interests. Reshaping the global order. By collaborating with Russia, China is working to counter Western narratives and promote a global order that is more favored to authoritarian regimes. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what we've been talking about. Observing and learning, Chinese military strategists are studying the information and psychological warfare tactics used in Ukraine to prepare for future conflicts, including a potential confrontation over Taiwan. So they are confirming that, you know, they are trying to cause some psychological warfare over the thing with Taiwan. Because, again, they want it. And, you know, obviously Ukraine and neighboring countries and stuff would try to prevent that from happening, to defend that. You know, again, they don't want, again, Taiwan should be Taiwan. So yeah, there you go. And wow. There's all these pictures from the Bucha massacre. Like, they can't stage pictures. That's absolutely insane. Well, here is, hold on. Here you go, guys. There is a link for you on the Bucha massacre. And there's pictures. They have several. I mean, they're not they try to censor it, which is good. This is terrible. But there really are pictures and stuff like that there that the police, the Ukrainian police provided. Basically, it's saying that journalists entering the city discovered the bodies of more than a dozen people in civilian clothes and stuff like that. So, like, you know, it's the sort of thing where they just discover this, start taking pictures right away, and it was pretty obvious. Oh my god, it's just awful. Yeah. Yep, you can tell. It's not staged. You can see. And then, like, the pictures and stuff here, there's several police standing around. The one dude is wearing, like, a jacket that says war crimes on the back, like he's from some sort of war crime division of the police task force over there. So, you know, like, it's clear that, you know, this is just awful. And then they give you the speech that Zelensky gave on the massacre. So anyway, yeah, basically Zelensky described it as worse than ISIS. And basically they investigated and determined that Russia was responsible for that. That's crazy. So the point is, if we had real policing going on here, we'd probably find out the same things. If we had actual real police doing real policing instead of acting like pussies, we'd probably find out the same thing. But instead, they're just, again, blindly following Trump. Not trying to you know, do anything to combat this. Again, the answer isn't to tell them to quit their jobs and stuff. No. Use your valuable resources and stuff to investigate these things that are also happening, all while doing the things you're ordered to do. Unfortunately, you have to do those things too. But, you know, you have to consider that it isn't actually something happening, and that, you know, that Russia is involved and they are trying to absolutely get the rest of the world to see how crazy the U.S. is to demoralize the world and demoralize the U.S. and again, we can see and I will share a screenshot here, but we can see the viewer suppression, and it happened after that bit rate was maliciously shifting, and then the concurrence started getting locked at that number. This has been the same scam pattern that we've been talking about on this channel. The person does it. The person that is getting paid to do this does it. And once I draw enough attention, they stop doing that and they do something else. They, like I said, cause the streams to forever take an entire day to process so that they can endlessly remove views afterwards. They'll do that. Or, like I said, create a bunch of fake Facebook accounts just for the sole purpose of getting enough stupid people to give that person information, to get them to look at it, comment on it, report it, whatever they're doing. It gets that information. You respond. It gives them what they want. And like I said, we've seen this countless times. It's been going on for a long time now. And quite frankly, ever since the Ukraine war. And the invasion, I should say. And again, it changes. Once we draw enough attention to this, to show you what they're doing, definitively, and you can see it, you see the evidence of it in this stream, at a certain point, when that bit rate shifted around, started just maliciously shifting around, I can literally see it on the graph right now. The concurrence went down to 1 and 2 and stayed there. Literally just 2. 1, 2. Just like before, when we used to talk about 2 concurrents always being in the stream and stuff like that. That's why. Essentially just literally making it that number, regardless of what number it is. So even if I would come in the stream on another device or something like that, let's say I come in the stream and it can count for a view, what they do is they take that number. So if it says 3 and I come in the stream, after a couple of seconds, that number just goes right back down to 2. Yep. And the bit rate usually shifts around. And that's what they're doing. Again, somebody comes in the stream and the number moves, they just shift the bit rate around, or again, key that in. This is key logging. And they're doing it on YouTube's side of things. They are using a VPN to pretend to be, here, and stuff like that, and full YouTube systems. So they're basically just maliciously telling YouTube they're logging into, they're fake logging in with, my credentials from somewhere. And then it flashes YouTube's system that, you're essentially logged in here, something like that. And it just endlessly causes all these problems. Because I'm not. I'm here. Yet the system thinks I'm logged in somewhere else or something, and they're just doing this. They're just flagging the system. And I've told this scam before, and we've seen that bit rate. We've seen the bit rate shift. We've also seen the concurrence all of a sudden instantly go all the way up to 17 and 20 and stuff like that. So remember that this concurrent right now, the 2, is a lie. Just remember that. If you see that, it's all over the place. And the longer I talk about it, the more they'll do it. Because I'm talking about it. So it's like a trigger factor where they think I'm triggered by it, so therefore they keep doing it. That's the point. Just like when I would yell about stuff, you were supposed to notice the bitrate shift, the concurrence suddenly go up right when I would yell about something. So the point is, they think they're getting the reaction that they want. So therefore, then they'll promote the stream. Then they'll allow the actual traffic. So the point is, they're trying to get to the point that I would say something detrimental, or like essentially they would want other people to think less of me or something like that. Then they're gonna wait for that moment, and suddenly they'll be like, like a number that says like 20 or something like that. That's what they want. They want like something really weird to happen or something really bad, and then they'll suddenly jolt the number all the way up. And that's we've seen, literally that is evidence. I will not necessarily talk about specific circumstances that I've documented, but we have several documented circumstances now that I will use eventually to, as evidence to show that, that's exactly what they did. Where the bit rate was maliciously shifting around and stuff like that, and the intent was to get a reaction. And as soon as that reaction happened, huge amounts of people were in the stream, when previously they weren't, after the bitrate was shifting around. And only after. Like, we had plenty of, support and lots of viewership and stuff like that when it wasn't. And so the point is, they're trying to sell the concept that everything is opposite, which is why it is. Yeah, just like with Trump, everything he says, it's opposite. So like that's the point. Like they're gonna try to claim. That's why like so many times they try to claim the U.S. are Nazis. The U.S. caused World War II or something like that. Whereas obviously we know that Hitler and Germany is responsible. And obviously, and the Soviet Union and Russia is responsible for the Cold War. They're our longest adversary. The Koreans are responsible for the Korean War. It's why we call it the Korean War. Things like this, where they just lie to their people and say that the U.S. is responsible for this or that, because it helps them sell it to their people. So anyway, yes, the U.S. has gotten involved in wars in the past, but it was to defend ourselves, or to defend the concept of communism spreading to other countries and destroying society, stuff like that. It was always for that. It was always that reason. But lately, in modern society, in the modern world, and in modern history, we have started to understand that we simply don't want to get involved. And any Democrats, that's what they agree with. Their concept is NATO, simply allow people, to defend themselves, all while never, seeking to invade or seeking war by any means. It's defense only now. And that's the point. That's why that's the pull out of Afghanistan. That's that's the point. We don't want to do that anymore. And Democrats have been doing this and thinking like this for a while, so it makes them successful And so Trump obviously wants war and stuff like that. And when other people don't want that, so he just sells it as, oh, it's the Democrats. And so it's always just flipped on its end. Or anything that he wants to do, because he's a crazy, narcissist, racist, war-loving person. He's a dictator. That's the point. He'll just sell it as, oh, well, Biden thinks that way, or Obama thinks that way. And then all while stealing the things that they did. Stealing the Iran nuclear deal that existed to prevent Iran from making nukes and making weapons in general, to harm anybody, really, was signed in during Obama's time, and was a good thing for us. And Trump got rid of it. And now Iran is attacking and causing all these problems for us. And Pete Hegseth is even admitting, flat out, Iran is a lot of the reason we're having problems right now. And Donald Trump is single-handedly the reason why they even have weapons. So, who's the problem? Because remember, Obama had that in place. It was good. Trump got rid of it. All while saying, we need a deal. That was the deal. You got rid of the deal. The deal was great. The whole point was they didn't realize how great it was for us. So it really looks like Donald Trump constantly does things for the enemy. Takes away the Iran nuclear deal, which again gives them weapons and harms us. Causes a problem at our border. Literally causes unrest. Causes racism in this country. Causes police to start going off the rails and shipping people off to concentration camps and lying about the border. Literally lying. We literally have federal laws for immigration, for getting rid of illegals. They're not using that. They're just picking people up illegally that are allowed to be here and putting them in a fucking facility. It's not prison because they can't. That's the point. Why is there a facility? Why isn't it a jail? Because it's not legal. For the same reason that they don't show up with their police cars or their badges or anything like that, because they're getting in trouble. It's not legal. So yeah, you want to know who I think is the number one scammer, the number one terrorist? Donald fucking Trump. Because he's the one constantly doing things that harm our country, like getting rid of the Iran nuclear deal. This is why, again, Pete Hegseth admitting that Iran is attacking us, causing all these problems. Donald Trump literally sat there and went, oh, if I'm assassinated, Iran's going to be obliterated. He's so worried about Iran, he actually said that. And he's the one that got rid of the Iran nuclear deal. Because he's that dumb. No, again. Biggest terrorist on the planet. Donald Trump. Biggest threat to national security. Donald J. Trump. Concurrents are still alive, as you can see. they scammed them to work opposite. So instead of a third concurrent coming in, or it should have been third, it was one. It dwindled down to one. It's a scam where it works opposite. We talked about this before, where a third one was going to come in, but instead of it being a third, it dwindled to one. So, like, essentially, somebody was in here, but it just counted as one. So as soon as they came in, that way it would convince the person that there's only one person in here. Remember all the people... We're going to look at all those names, by the way. Those names are going to get looked at. All the accounts that came in my chat, and the first thing they said was, "Am I the only one in here?" Or something kind of like that. They're going to... All those names, all those accounts, everything, that's all going to get looked at. Because the whole point is, you came in here to say that, and that's the first thing that you said. Why would that be the first thing that you said and the first thing that you noticed? How does that make any sense? Unless you're, again, trying to get people to notice it. Came in for that. So anyway, this wasn't supposed to be a long one. It really wasn't. I know I said it won't be like 4 hours or anything. It's over 4 hours now. We'll be going over 4 hours. You see what happens. How there's endless stuff to talk about. There's a lot going on. And this is very complicated. And it will never, ever, ever just be, as basic as it's all their fault. These are the Democrats and stuff like that. No, it's really not. It was Donald Trump. It is that simple. So if you get rid of him, there's a possibility of it finally getting back together and going better. But again, the damage is done. Copycats, people that think the same way, the damage is done. So, we can hope, but the point is, even after him, the damage is done now. So anyway, like I said, this was supposed to be short, but it ended up being super long. For like 4.5 hours. So I really appreciate Chris. Thank you so much for always being so supportive here, and thank you to anybody else that was in here watching, liking, helping out, trying to give me a view. I'm sure you're in here. I'm sure there's plenty of people in here. Again, this originally leaked out, and then we started getting this is the whole point. The precursor to me talking about this was that the view count, the actual viewer count that was at the end of the stream leaked the one time. And they tried to keep it they tried to hide it, but it leaked. And at the end of the stream, they accidentally let it slip how many people were watching at the end. And that was the precursor to those thousands of views and stuff. That's it. That's the only thing that's it, was I showed that they let it slip and thousands of viewers were coming in here. And they were struggling to keep up. And the point is, that, people saw that. I put it on the thumbnail. The whole point is, over 100 people were instantly watching at the end, even though at the end of that stream there was nobody. It said what, 1 or 2 or 0 maybe. There's nobody, normal. Yeah, at the end of the stream they let it slip that there was over 100 people watching. And so I saw a glimpse of what our normal viewer count was at the end. Where everybody knows it's the end of the stream and you're like, all right, we're going to wrap it up, and people start leaving. Yeah, at the very last second after I ended the stream, there was over 100 people still in there. So the question is, how many hundreds probably left before I said that, and that they were hiding, and again, that slipped through. So that was the precursor to all those thousands of viewers you saw recently, where none of it's adding up. Like I said, the Elden Ring stream still has 300 plus likes on it, even though it only has 200 some views. It doesn't make any sense. How it has more likes than views? It can't. It can't. Unless massive views were removed. That's the point. And it was. It was at like a 1.6 thousand likes at one point, I think. But anyway, you know, that's the point, is that was the precursor to that. That was what I saw. That last second I put it as a thumbnail, and that's what happened. So the whole point is they're trying to cover up. They're trying to be like, oh, well, he's just getting an influx of people because of this or that or something. That's what they're trying to do. And that little business where all these views came in and stuff like that, and then they tried to remove them. That's the very on par for Donald Trump, where he's trying to cover up something he did, but he doesn't like the outcome because it makes me look good, so he tries to remove them. And, like, it's so obvious. It's exactly like the asshole that cheats at golf. You know, he gets everybody to go to his golf course. He goes, oh, I won't cheat this time. I won't cheat this time. You guys come and have a good time. I won't do that this time. And then he cheats. And then everybody leaves. And the cycle repeats. It's literally like that. It's exactly like that. That's exactly the behavior. So I'm tired of seeing the same pattern where it's very obvious that these behaviors are just being exhibited by all these people with problems. People aren't recognizing it. So, recognize it, see it for what it is. It's all a psyop. Donald Trump is no exception to these being done. And again, like you already known that he's taking credit for taking women's rights away. He took Roe versus Wade and threw it out the window. Just remember that. And remember, he's very racist. He wants a wall on the border of Texas and Mexico. Again, logistically, it doesn't make any sense. It's way too big for a wall. You can't possibly maintain it. Just like Golden Dome, just like these ridiculous things that you could never do. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything. I appreciate the... again, we are seeing... So well, I will say something. I will say that they're you see how this is a lie? The concurrent count has stayed the same as it is. Why are the views going up then? So, like, again, it's basically they're sitting here trying to lie, but then there's always something else. And so you get what I'm saying. Like they're just, it's people bad at crime, and they're trying to get better, and they're trying it out on this channel and many others, and that's the point. You know, it's just like when a bunch of assholes investigate a shooting and they find bullets that say, you know, like some sort of anti-ICE statement on them. It's just like that. And then you read into it because you're not smart enough to deduce that, A, if that was planted by somebody, you're an idiot for thinking that has anything to do with anything. And B, you probably planted that because you want people to hate free speech. The concept that people are anti-ICE and stuff like that. That's the more likely scenario, yeah. So anyway, you see the censorship, you see how it's like dwindling to no concurrence, and It happened ever since that bitrate shift. It's been happening. It hasn't stopped. And even as I drew attention to it earlier, sort of aggressively, like right away, all it did was shift up to a third concurrent to try to make a liar out of me, and then eventually shift out in two, as you saw. Exactly what I've always said. They'll just throw one or two at it to try to make a liar out of you. That's it. Oh, well, there's three. There's not two, there's three. And it's like a second. Oh, there's four. It's like a second. And it just sits solid at 1 and 2. Yeah. It's a psychological tactic where they think that because I've mentioned this, they think it has some sort of effect on me, so that's why they're doing it. Again, I'm just confirming that it is that number, staying at that number. That is a consistent pattern, and it is not real viewership. That is definitively evidence of it literally not being real viewership. So yeah, whether it affects me, like, again, it's just a number. I'm not affected by seeing the number 2 or anything stupid like that. You know, like that's the whole point, is that this is what they're trying to do. Like the number 23 and the 23rd Enigma and stuff like that. They want to use these concepts for people. And that's what you have to realize. They are trying everything they can. And so, again, I'm just stating it for purposes of stating it for the record. That's the same number that we've seen consistent with those patterns that I've been saying since forever. So, that's why it's being stated repetitively. That's it. So, again, just stating for the record, thank you again. It's time to end it, though. Take care. Thanks, Chris. Take care, everybody.